Represento las calles de mi tierra, mi bandera, ay, mi bandera, Puerto Rico y todos los latinos, sonamos donde...
I'm Tom Hannafin from TNA Wrestling. You're watching the Jedi Sports Network.
You're watching Jedi Sports Network with Kev.
Good afternoon. What's going on, Sports Jedi Universe? I am your host, BX Sports Jedi Kev, the founder, the voice of the Voice Sports Jedi Network. Welcome here for Let's Talk Some Wrestling, because we speak your language here. We have some Latinos with some wrestling voices on our big house in the building. Well, before we get into all the breakdown, all the talk along, we want to shout out our sponsors, Dude Wipes. Dude Wipes and the Sports Jedi Network. We're wiping out the competition clean. And, of course, G Fuel Energy. Fuel your soul. Fuel your stream. Go to gfuelenergy.com at checkout, PGH Chris, and save 20% off. And for older gentlemen like myself who wants a strong cup of coffee, go to blackguywcoffee.com. Pro-American, pro-Second Amendment, stand up, get liberated, and go to blackguywcoffee.com. Use my promo code SportsJedi20 and save 20% off. Let's bring in the panel. Let's say hello around the horn to our panel. Let's go to the sharpest mind on the channel. What's going on, PGA Chris?
What's up, everybody? Yes, it is Saturday. You guys know it is our flagship show here on the channel, Weekly Wrestling. I'm excited to be here with both of you guys. You know, but a lot of stuff happening in the week. You know, review shows. Haas tagging in with us on the review shows this week. Thought went very, very well. And now, you know, Saturdays is the one day all three of us will come together and really break this shit down. Wouldn't have it any other way. Wouldn't want to be here with any other people. So I'm excited. And let's really get into it.
And let's bring the other third of the program. The man who pours out the hard truths and facts, Haas Knuckle Brew. What's going on, brother?
Shout out, everybody. We're going to have a good, fun time today. And I'm going to tell you this. We might hurt some feelings today because a lot of people do not like what's going on in the WWE. And we got some AEW people that are actually hot about the Jericho return. So let's have some fun, guys.
And you know what? Haas, you're a part of our addition on our family. You're a part of the program. I'm going to give you the honor. Where would you like to start first? I know we got some reviews and stuff. What hot topic button you want to go? Let's burn it down.
You're on the spot.
Okay, we're going to go with the rawest feelings of the evening from last night. Let's go with SmackDown.
Oh, I love it. Let's go. Let's break down SmackDown, where the IWC looks like it's on fire with the whole Pat McAfee situation. He spoke last night, and if you're a CM Punker, I mean, there's some hurt feelings here to the afternoon. Haas, I'm gonna say I set the stage here. Do you want to go with that part of it? Because that's the hot topic. Let's go with it.
Pat McAfee is pissing everyone off, and I love it. They love the message. They hate the messenger. They are hating that TKO is interfering with WWE programming, and what they are not understanding is these tickets must be sold. So Pat McAfee is going to piss everybody off and get on everyone's nerves. People got upset with the thumbnail yesterday with SmackDown when they put Randy Orton in the background. Everybody was pissed. And I say, oh, this is going to be a great day today. So, and I get on, we're all on X, and we see it. Everybody's having meltdowns over Pat McAfee, and they're not understanding. They're being worked. You are talking about it. Would you have been talking about this if this was Kevin Owens? If this was Arn Anderson? If this was Ric Flair? Would you be this inflamed? I don't believe
DiBiase
so.
Jr. Ted DiBiase Jr.
Right. Yeah, your kids don't know the $1 Million Man's Child. They don't know that, but they know Pat McAfee. And Pat McAfee is saying very nasty things to the American Nightmare. So I set it up for y'all because everyone is on fire, and I love it. So what y'all got for it?
I don't know this. People will know Ted DiBiase Jr. in your state of Mississippi, Hoss.
Him and Brett Favre are not welcome right now. So we're gonna go with that.
Let's talk about it. No, Chris, I want to read this tweet that I tweeted out. McAfee is literally role playing as a wrestling troll towards the internet wrestling community, and a lot of people are falling for it. But here's the worst part of it: he's doing it at the expense at the WrestleMania main event, which Cody and Randy, which the story didn't need it. This is one thing I was looking at, and I was rehashing that, especially after what we got with him attacking Punk in Saudi Arabia, the limited appearances from Roman Reigns and yada yada. I think McAfee should have been inserted in that storyline, and they should have left alone the Randy Orton and Cody Rhodes storyline.
Yeah, I wouldn't have minded either because it does seem like, CM Punk and McAfee are just talking to each other a lot of the times on these shows. I think at first, we just wanted, it just didn't make sense of what they're going to do. How does Pat McAfee tie in to this match? I still don't think it's all great, but I enjoyed McAfee's segment last night. I think he said some lines where obviously he's being a cheap heel. It got cheap heel heat. It got good heat from the crowd. You even saw, even when he was taking those shots too, like that front crowd, they were even like, oh, like he got people actually wanting to listen to him. I think for the first time since he's been there. This is the first time I think where people are like, I actually will listen to what McAfee is going to say. Let's hear it. And I think he delivered. I know a lot of people don't like, kind of the picture there where McAfee's holding the title and Randy's pushing his arm. A lot of people think that should have been, roles reversed. But I'm like, why do you want Randy Orton to hold the title? Me and Kev always make that joke. Like, he's losing.
That's a jinx. That's a jinx.
I thought about Kev as soon as I saw that. I was like, that's why Randy Orton's not holding up the title, because Kev he jinxed it. But at the end of the day, the only real question, I'm not even going to complain about it, bitch about it. The only is, does Jelly Roll need to be another member involved of this? That's the one question I have. I'm not complaining. I'm not, why is Jelly Roll involved? It's just,
I am David Cook Bennett, here with my amazing.
What the hell is going on my camera? Sorry.
No, you're good. But I would just ask, does Jelly Roll, how is he gonna make this story any more interesting? That's just the only thing I got. But I enjoyed McAfee's segment last night. I did.
Let me go in right quick. The thing about, and what you say about Jelly Roll, it just shows you that this match is going to be an overbooked mess on night one.
So like 40, like WrestleMania 40 with the main event. Yeah.
Be prepared for that. And it's very telling that Pat McAfee has not really, he's talked about Punk, but he's really not involved into that night two main event. I think that's a Roman Reigns call. I think Reigns said, don't have that man involved in our match. Don't do that. And I believe Punk was probably, he reciprocates that same energy. Like, hey, he can talk about us all he wants. Do not have him near our match in night two. So I don't think a lot of people are talking about that one. And also with night one, I said this on X yesterday. Everybody is very critical about it. How about not watching it? And people hate when I say those type of things. But I'm talking about from a business perspective. If you really want to send a message to TKO, I mean, it's probably already shot for WrestleMania, but do it for the future because the subscriptions have already been bought from ESPN right now. The tickets have already been bought. So if you're on the fence about buying those discounted tickets, don't buy them. I mean, put your money where your mouth is. If you do not like the build right now, don't watch it. Just don't. I mean, you got highlights. Why must you view it? Are you going to suffer from FOMO? You got fear of missing out? I believe that's what it is.
That's exactly what that is.
Yeah, we people love to be critical about it, but we got to really think about, like, if something is really pissing you off to the point it has you kicking and screaming authentically, that's unhealthy. Like, it's one thing to be performative about it, but if this stuff literally makes you kick and scream and making you physically sick, don't you watch this? For what? What's it for? So when I see it on the internet, I'm like, are you really mad? Are you really upset? Are you just like, okay, they didn't do what I wanted them to do, so I'm gonna lash out just a second. Yeah, I'm still gonna watch. That's what TKO is banking on. They know that you're not going anywhere because most of the people that are watching are the core audience. It's not many casuals left. So I just that.
Haas, I had this conversation with Chris off air. The diehards, regardless, are not going anywhere. They tolerated the ruthless aggression era when they toned it down. They tolerated when Undertaker was playing this satanic role in the 90s, where he was, the Ministry of Darkness. They tolerated with the John Cena era. They tolerated the creepy old man who had a black dildo named after certain names and so forth, and Johnny Laurinaitis. They didn't go anywhere. The Janelle Grant, they didn't go anywhere. TKO knows that. They're trying to bring in the casuals who is going to tune in casually with these big name celebrities for the moment to grab them to come in. Whoever's hot right now. I told this to Chris. Don't forget. Don't be surprised in Minnesota. Tiffany Stratton is left off this card. She's going to have something to do with Sabrina Carpenter at SummerSlam. Whoever's hot at the moment, they're going to bring and they're going to poke in for that moment because that's what TKO does. They'll bring that hot celebrity at the moment so they could get the non-wrestling diehards, the casuals, to pop in and check and subscribe maybe for a month and forget that they have that auto renewal and they continue that subscription over and over because us as diehards, if you're not going to pay for it, guess what? They're going to go to VIP box, was it? That got shut down, or Stream East that got shut down?
Yeah.
They'll find ways of doing it. The diehard will do whatever it takes to try to watch it, to do whatever they can, because they're going to need to. They, like you said, fear of missing out. They want those casuals that for that moment, that's the end thing for now. Oh, so-and-so is there. I'm going to pay and plop to be either there, to be seen amongst this great event or so forth. They don't care about the casuals and the diehards, excuse me. They don't care about the diehards they already know the diehards ain't going anywhere. Like you said, if you don't want to watch it, and look, there's people that cover it, and they say, this is my job. This is what I need to do. Okay, that's fine. But when you insult the people and say that you have a dick in people's mouths, I say this, boy, you lucky you ain't in our generation area because we're growing up in the Bronx. And some of them did grow up in the Bronx, and some of them are in New York. I don't know what parochial school you were in, but you said that in public school, you got punched right in the fucking mouth. Simple.
You went to private school.
You would have got punched in the fucking mouth before you finish your sentence of take the WWE dick, boom, right in your fucking mouth. You never, and this is what's wrong with this generation. Y'all never got punched in your fucking mouths. That's all I gotta say.
All right.
Yeah, I think people are gonna look. You're gonna watch. You're gonna cover it. If you're not gonna watch, if those people that that's bullshit. You might not like what's going on, but when people say I'm not watching, it's hard to take it a little serious because you're gonna watch. You just don't like what's going on, and that's fine. But when you say I'm not gonna watch, to me, you're being dramatic.
Exactly.
They're being dramatic. They love it when they got to say, "Hold a minute, we got a bomb in the chat. We got a bomb in the chat. Oh, $100 super chat." When that stops, then you know that you keep that fucking act going because we see it. We see it. You could uncrown it or you could have a sound off. We see your fucking acts.
It's like they're think tanking it. Like, it's one thing, like, people don't like it. We understand. And most people are not liking what's going on because they see what's going on. They can see it behind the scenes. But when you're feeding into the work, because we all notice what this is. Like, you really think CM Punk is out here saying these things out loud without being cleared? No, come on. We saw this way back when Vince McMahon shut the mic off. We're not gonna have you just firing off like this if we didn't clear none of it. We're gonna shut you up. So you think Ari Emanuel You think he doesn't like this right now? His name is being dragged out here, but guess what? All publicity is good publicity. The people who didn't know Ari Emanuel, they know him now. He can be Senator Palpatine. Shout out to the Jedi Network name right there. So he can be that. He doesn't mind that. So if anyone believes that these wrestlers are saying, "Oh man, I seriously don't like what's going on," you don't buy into that. Don't do that. Because guess what? If they really believe that, they'll leave their jobs. They're not going to do that.
I case in point, CM Punk. He said, "I had a few money to leave. I didn't like how I was mistreated. I wanted to get married. You know what? He went away for 10 years. That I give credit and balls to. But come on, it's just all fabricated. They're working us. It's part of the system. It's part of the show. The Carney trick. And it's a good one. You know what? I don't understand. People that have been watching the product for many years, they understand this. The nuance fans are the ones that are having this meltdown. If wrestling is taking so much aggravation in your life, and just like you said, you know what? Look at behind me. I got fishing poles. I could sell you one. I could gift you one if you want not to watch wrestling. Go fish. You can have fun. Go. Life is too short to be stressed out and going crazy. And you know, it's just...
Look, it's an entertainment program. It's an
yes
program
where you can shut it off. Where you can shut it off. Isn't it great? I'm not saying this has been fucking peaches and cream. It's not. There's a lot of things that need to be tying in screws, and you could vent. But my God, the level of venting of everything is not, because you end up trying. You know what they're gonna end up being, guys? The boy that cries wolf, because you don't know when the hell do they really have a great meeting, because that's just second nature. You're disliking everything.
All right. Before this is gonna be my end of, because I want to go to another thing if y'all don't mind. So yes. How are y'all feeling about the Rhea Jade feud? How are you feeling about it?
It's flat.
They tried to do something with it yesterday by starting it off, you know, and ending it, but I don't think Io Sky helps in this. I'm not saying Michin and B-Fab don't, but I don't know if they do either. Yeah, a little flat. It's nothing terrible, but it's a little flat.
I'm gonna say this, and I'm a little bit biased because I know we're gonna probably do predictions later, right?
Yeah, we're gonna do it. We're gonna do it. Yeah.
Okay, so I'm leaning one way, but my whole thing with this is they misfired last week. I believe they should have destroyed Io. A lot of people say, "Man, oh no, they're gonna have Io for Asuka in WrestleMania." Like, no, if you're gonna pull out the Jay Gunter card like you did last week, Io should have ate about 2 or 3 jaded, maybe a choke slam through a table. I mean, she should have ran the blade. I understand they don't want to have that much color, but Jimmy Uso looked like he was gonna die last year. That's how it looked. So yeah, so you tell me Io Sky can't look like this? Because I'm gonna just say it right now. Rhea Ripley is a terrible actress. She was getting held back by the 2 jobbers, and I no disrespect to Michin and B-Fab. I love both of them, but she's up there, got this face going, and it's like it's the Sol Ruka thing I've been talking about lately. If my friend, they're so close, you might well want to call them lovers. They are this close, and no tears are coming out. You're like, I'm like, what are we doing here? I'm like, this universal threat is over here destroying your friend, and that's all you got. No tears, nothing. I couldn't feel the emotion. And Io Sky just eats one jaded. This is a former world champion. She's eaten 2 or 3 finishers in a match alone. You can't sell me that. So they missed that opportunity. And this week here, it's the same thing. Even though Io Sky did get a very good match out of Jade, I mean, it was decent. It was decent. And
so you freeze. Well, now we got hospitalists taking care of this.
Okay. Am I back? I'm back.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right. With this whole feud here, they didn't do their homework with it. Both of these women struggle with promos, even though they are physical powerhouses, and they were not prepared. And I don't want to see it again. I don't. I mean, I want the feud to be over. I can't wait for Mania next week. I hope the match is it delivers. I don't think it's going to be great, but I think it's going to be okay. So I don't have much going on with this feud. I just had to ask y'all about it.
No, and I want to touch on this because you made a great point. I said this on my live watch along yesterday. It's a shame that Io Sky, who came out of WrestleMania as your WWE World Women's Champion, and Tiffany Stratton, who came out as champion as well, neither one is going to be on the WrestleMania card a year later. When in the world in WWE history, other than not leaving the company or injury, have we had both former world champions not the following year on WrestleMania while being in the company? I don't think that's never happened. This is ugly of the disorder and the chaos that's happening with creative and so forth and other stuff. To me personally, I've said this and I think so myself. I think it's time for the producers to make a change and shake up, because Daivari, Tyson Kidd, I know he's really one of the good ones, but Jamie Noble, or whoever's helping produce on SmackDown, they're not hitting it. Like you said, the match, the psychology of the matches, that's producer. That's talent and producers who should be held accountable. Creative could put stuff, but if they put a good performance in the ring where it wins the crowd regardless, we're like, oh, damn. So now we got to start looking at producers as well, because they haven't really gotten us invested with their in-ring. Like you said, if you knew Io Sky was not going to be in the WrestleMania card, then write her out with an injury. They had no problem doing Jade when it was Naomi who threw her off in the back on the docking area. They could have done that with Io Sky, where she's got injured. You're not, and maybe you see you're not. You know what? You're in a show that you're not supposed to be here. That's what you get for crossing over to SmackDown. And Io Sky's off this card.
Yeah.
But they didn't do it, Chris.
Yeah, no, I agree. I know a lot of people wanted to see Io and Asuka. They've had it right there. I think they could have just separated Io and Rhea. They could have done that, no problem. But they kept Io around Rhea, and this is what we're getting. And it is unfortunate because, again, Io Sky's great. WrestleMania 40, her and Bayley, and then I think has the best triple threat match of WrestleMania last year. Yeah, I not even against Julia for the U.S. title or nothing. That at least if they weren't going to give, or if they weren't going to do Io and Asuka, she's on SmackDown now. Surprised they're not tying Io and Julia, because Julia's not doing shit either.
I said that yesterday. Because people were like, "Oh, it's impossible. They're in different brands. How are they going to make a match?" Well,
she's on SmackDown every night.
That's what I'm saying.
She's been on SmackDown every week.
They've been meddling with her in Rhea's affairs. Backstage promo, they cut, where they could
already.
They could say, you know what? I came, and Julia says, I came to the WWE to wrestle the best. I left, and they can say it in their native language. I came, and to take on pioneers that open the door. Make a match. They could have made a match in a quick and Io Sky and Julia. I think that, what are they afraid of? This was going to be the better match of WrestleMania. Are you scared of that? So why the hell you brought Julia here? Because she comes with a great pedigree. It's not just Stephanie Vaquer who could wrestle. It's also Julia from the Far East. So what are we afraid of?
The thing of what they're afraid of is they don't have the creative mindset to book all these people at one time. And that's a shame.
I think they're afraid of, they don't know how to produce their matches. And that's why I go back to the producers. Everybody wants to make creative. Let's start talking about some of these producers. Mm-hmm. Because some of these producers are not living up to par with the wrestling in-ring. They go great promos, great storyline. Now the in-ring isn't really going to be there to help carry the other stuff. So something's got to give.
I heard a joke yesterday where they said that the Julia Tiffany match from like a couple of weeks ago was so bad that they didn't even think about putting on Mania behind that. And it just comes up with the point that you just said. Maybe, like you said, the agents are probably not producing these matches well.
You had Tiffany and Charlotte Flair. The build was shit. You could have made up for it for the match. The match was not any good either. Who's this? The producers.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
When are we going to start looking at the producers now?
I mean, it's all encompassing. Seems like right now, because we can blame the producers. But we also got, these are a lot of in-ring veterans there right now too. They got to be able to call these matches on the go. We see John Cena, and I know that's just maybe an outlier. He is one of the GOATs. He will call a whole match for 40 minutes. I mean, we have Charlotte out here who's been wrestling, 20 years? Can she not do that? Or do say we just use Tiffany right now? Does she not respect Charlotte enough for those calls? Because Tiffany is still young. It seems like there's a disconnect through all levels.
I mean, yeah, we saw that disconnect play out literally on live TV last year during their build around this time. So I think ever since then, that's kind of felt flat. I don't even know what you could have done with Tiffany Stratton this year.
The whole
Going into WrestleMania, I don't know. She hasn't, ever since she dropped that title to Jade, she really has not done much at all since. I know she tried getting that title back, but obviously they had plans for what they have now with Rhea and Jade. So yeah, I agree with you all.
And another thing too, like this to go back to the whole night one main event.
Mm-hmm.
All of this could have been avoided if they would just go ahead and turn Cody heel. That's just the logical explanation here. And a lot of people don't want to do it because Cody's good with the kids and good with he's a good baby face. But we as a wrestling community now, this is not the same wrestling community that we had in 1999. We do not have the patience anymore. We are so, our minds have been cooked with TikTok and shorts and reels. We get information so quickly, and we experience change so quickly. The storylines cannot be 2 and 3 years long anymore. That's not how it works anymore. We have shorter attention spans. Even the wisest and smartest of us have shorter attention spans today.
Mm-hmm.
So we can't be having these long builds that take forever. So if they would have gave us Cody and Randy switching roles and then told the story of legacy over the 20-year period, the fans would be more invested. We would not be wondering who they're going to cheer and who they're going to boo. It would have more energy going into it. Because the thing about it is, you want a guy that's going for his 15th title to be in a face role. That's what you want. And that's what the fans are letting you know, that they love Randy Orton. They're not going to boo him, even with Pat McAfee interfering. And it's costing Cody. So if it's already going to cost Cody, turn him heel. You should have done it. It would have gave this build more chemistry. So I know a lot of people are giving me flack for saying that, but that's just what it is. When characters go flat, you have to recook them up. And Cody needs a good recooking. He's still a great in-ring character. It's just the build for him. Because a lot of people feel that Cody is burying talent. And I don't want him to be treated like that. Because I like Cody Rhodes. I'm not in love with Cody Rhodes. I like him as a performer, but he needs to be recooked. That's my deal.
That's why, back to Pat McAfee, that's why I think the McAfee story would have went better with Roman and Punk, because he says, when was the high of heights when Roman Reigns was tribal chief? SmackDown was was the A show, the best show on television when the Bloodline storyline. Not in 2009 when Randy Orton was on top and he was the heel, a menacing body. He wasn't. It was John Cena. Randy Orton was part of the show with John Cena. They were tag team 1A, 1B, but it was the Bloodline storyline. Pat McAfee's telling that he's reverting back to when the business and saving the business. He could have went back to as far as, that's why the Roman and Punk, and he could have taken the jabs at Punk the way he's going, what he's doing now, and so forth. I think it was a missed opportunity where they shoehorned Pat McAfee in the wrong main event or the wrong storyline, to be honest with you. Or even, in fact, I could even go further. Pat McAfee could have said, shoehorning celebrities in with Carmelo Hayes not even being part of the fucking main event. Or not on the main event, I mean the storyline of WrestleMania. He I got a knee injury. I'll see you when you come back. That was so lame. It's like, what are we doing here? But meanwhile, you have a place for high show speed.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think Roman Reigns as champion was like Kev said, SmackDown was at his peak. I mean, this guy made me get invested in the Matt fucking Riddle when they had their main event match on SmackDown, where he does,
and it wasn't a bad one either. Riddle tried to do that thing, like that little cutter or whatever, and he turned around and Roman speared him midair, 1, 2, 3, and the crowd was behind Riddle the entire time. I cannot remember the last time Cody has had a big match like that on SmackDown.
that's felt like that with his opponent, and it got Riddle over.
Oh,
The point is, I've been waiting for Cody to go heel since WrestleMania 38. I wanted him to go heel since day one. I knew they weren't going to do it, but Hoss, if you're saying you want Cody Rhodes heel, I don't know if you've seen his heel stuff in this past. It's phenomenal. It is great. He could possibly be the best heel in the company. I don't think it's ever going to happen, but I'm going to be the first person, as somebody that does not like Cody Rhodes, to pop, because I'm telling you, I think it'll make us be more interested in him, and it's going to make him a lot more fucking interesting right now.
And that segues to what I want to talk about next. Because with Cody Rhodes, he's starting to get the Sami Zayn treatment. And we watched it last night with Sami Zayn. He goes out there, cuts his impassioned promo. The promo was actually decent. And the San Jose crowd wasn't having any of it. They wasn't having it.
Me and Kev were in the crowd.
He was begging. Yeah. He's up here begging, saying, San Jose, the real Sami Zayn fans. Boo. Boo. That's what you got.
Serious. Go ahead, sorry, I'm sorry. No.
Oh, no problem. And then Trick comes in, he saves us. He's a heel. The heel is coming to save us. Trick and Little Yachty saves us from another Sami Zayn diatribe. So I asked this: how are y'all feeling about Sami Zayn? And shit, is he showing a little heelish intent right now?
First and foremost, I want to thank my good friend Harry Wong, who was at front row, and he shouted me out. He went out of his way. Good job, Mr. Wong. Harry Wong put a sign. What's up, Kev? Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Our good friend there in San Jose. Love the love. Thank you again, Harry. You know, thank you so much, man. Appreciate you, Mr. Wong, out there. He was out there carrying that sign. Kev, what's up, Kevin? I was so happy. You know, I didn't know he was going to buy front row tickets. I didn't know he had that kind of money. Maybe he should throw a little super chats here and there. Will help out. But nevertheless, I'm one of the one in the minority. I don't think Cody should turn heel right now. I'm one of the minority. I think they're making a shitload of money with kids. I know his character, and I'm not a big, and I don't like Cody Rhodes. I don't think Cody Rhodes, but I don't think the heel thing, I don't know. They're
not going to do it. They're not going to do it. Because like Aaron brings a good point. Like not just because he's a Cody Rhodes, diehard. You're a Cody Rhodes lover. Let's just be honest.
I'm a Mike Santana.
We're Mike Santana. I like Will Ospreay. I'm a Will Ospreay lover. So I get clowned for that too. We all get clowned for liking our favorite.
No, they just call you Aquanet.
What? I got that late. Yes. But no, I think you can't turn Cody Rhodes heel. Again, like you mentioned, he's the biggest babyface. And Aaron's question, who will counter? I don't know. They tried Jey Uso. They tried.
I can answer it. Go ahead. You go ahead. I can answer it.
Yeah.
I don't know, Hoss.
Oh, we got youngsters coming up right now. They could serve in that role. You got Obafemi right there, ready to go. You got Javon Evans right there, ready to
Royce
go.
Keys.
Royce Keys. You got Trick Williams, who they want to be a tweener as well. And we just cannot be we can't just box ourselves in to these older guys.
I think we're just talking about right now. If they were to turn him right now, I think in a few years, if you get Javon and Oba, like the guys you're saying up there in the next few years, then it could work. I think if we're talking about Cody turning heel right now or in the next even few weeks, few months, I don't think there's any. But I agree with your answer if it's in the next few years, though.
Oh well. If we want to do some experimentation there, if you were to turn Cody heel and we want to do it, say for what's the next PLE? What, Clash? No, Backlash and Clash.
Backlash, going up. Yeah, the next big one, SummerSlam. So they'll have like Backlash, Clash, Italy, all those ones fillered in before that.
Oh, we gotta go back to the tried and true. We gotta go back to the tribal chief. He has not turned heel yet. So you just go back to Roman. That's what you do.
So you think, and I know we're getting ahead of myself. So you think he beats Roman, Roman at WrestleMania? Again, I know we're doing the predictions, but we are talking about this right now. Yeah. We are talking about that right now. Do you think Roman Reigns beats CM Punk at WrestleMania? I don't mean to start that right away, but that's the only way I feel like Roman Reigns and that tribal chief character will come back. Do you think what he could do without the title?
Who do I think Punk could do something without the title?
No. Do you think Roman Reigns could be that tribal chief character and that like he was the face of the card without him beating CM Punk at WrestleMania?
No, Roman has to win.
I agree with you. Yes,
he has taken enough L's in the last year and a half.
But but the Universal's comment, it's going to be a long summer if Roman's the champion, if he's a part-timer. I'm going to be honest.
I give you that. And
I'm going to be honest. That's the one reason where Universal's comment right there where I'm leaning towards Punk. I like it. Trust me, I thought the tribal chief at the end, whatever. But at the end of the day, I would like to see that. But again, taking the title off Punk going into the summer when I know he'll be there every week kind of is tough.
My argument is, do you just want to see the belt physically, or do you want to see title defenses? Because the title defenses would be about the same number. He'll come up there and perform at the PLEs. The thing about Punk, the Punk title defenses, let's break them down. You had Braun Breaker. Mm-hmm. You had Finn Balor twice.
Jey
Who
Uso.
else? Was it Jey Uso? No, they fought for the title.
They fought for the title, and that was terrible.
Yeah. Right. So that wasn't even a title defense. So
right.
Punk has had 3 title defenses?
Mm-hmm.
Am I missing one? Let me know if I'm missing one now.
Finn Balor twice, no?
Finn Balor twice, Braun Breaker. He didn't defend it against. No, I don't.
Okay.
All right. And I agree with that. I would just, I mean, if you want to see the title, I'm thinking like if they want the title to be seen in like when they go to Clash in Italy, or if they want to bring a champion to their overseas show. I personally don't care because I agree. But if I'm looking at it as like a creative WWE aspect, I can see them wanting Punk to go in their overseas tour still as their champion. I could be wrong. Maybe Roman could be there. But I do agree with the amount of title defenses that we're probably going to get relatively the same. The at the end of the day, everything leading up till after WrestleMania, in my opinion, is going to lead up till SummerSlam. You just got to figure out who you want your champion to be and what program you want in going towards SummerSlam.
And I'll tell you this. I don't know if y'all noticed this little tidbit. They released that Clash poster about a few days ago, right?
And Punk's on it, right? Without the title?
Roman's not on that poster.
Oh.
And so I asked the IWC this. I say, is that a clue to let us know what the Mania result's going to be? Because if Roman was to go over, why wouldn't he be on that poster? It's kind of weird there. So, and to go with Punk, I believe Punk is due for a break. I know Punk loves to work. I understand that. But he keeps telling us that he's this fighting champion, and these title defenses don't show that. If you was up here having an open challenge every week on Raw, I'd buy it. Sir, you've had 3 title defenses, and it's April. It's April. And I know we have set the standard in modern WWE that people don't wrestle anymore because the big guys don't wrestle that much anymore. So the fact that he has 3 title defenses, kudos to him.
Let me ask this. Are we just, isn't the IWC's complaint that Cody's boring? Can I ask that?
Yes.
Because he's wrestling all the time with the world title and he's beating everyone and he's always on the time wrestling all the time. So if damn if I do or damn if I don't. If Cody wrestles defending the title, he's boring, he sucks. If Roman gets the title and he don't see him, he's a part-time paper champion, we don't see him at all. So what is it that you guys want when it comes to the world title? You want a wrestler to wrestle every week to defend it, or someone like Roman and make you chase and become an obstacle? Because when Roman was not around much and he was the champion, there was a lot of everyone else felt important trying to get to Roman Reigns, fighting and clawing to be that number 1 contender, trying to beat that obstacle and freeing the WWE from the Roman Empire. LA Knight, even Matt Riddle, like we talked about, Robbie Lashley, they had rumors of Lashley going after Roman. Drew McIntyre, Clash at the Castle. Even Logan Paul, people were excited to see him on. And Aaron, you, of course, if I send you the link, why won't you? Why aren't you welcome? You are, of course you are. Come on in. We're waiting on you, and all that other stuff. So to me, Roman should win the title. What's so wrong with Roman Reigns becoming the world heavyweight champion? Go ahead. No, I don't see what's wrong with it.
The hot potato of the belt the fans want. I'm gonna leave it at this. The fans don't know what they want. I know what the fans want. The fans want to be engaged. And the only way they're getting engaged in modern wrestling is by title changes. And that shows you that the title reigns don't mean anything anymore. What's the last good title reign that you've seen from Paul Levesque in WWE? What's the last one? Have you seen one? I haven't seen one yet. So that's what you're going to keep getting. You're going to keep getting these lifeless title reigns, and you're going to end up hating the guy or gal that holds the belt because you love them for a while. You did. You're like, oh, man, they were so hot coming out of NXT, or they had a great 2025. Sir, I will tell you this. I was one of the only people that enjoyed Jey Uso's push last year. It was great for me. I love the Royal Rumble win. I love the Gunther feud. It was up and down. It was, but guess what? It actually had a story. It actually had something that was engaging to you, whether you liked Jey Uso or not. And when he went into 41, the match wasn't the greatest. It was a decent match, but the build worked. And the payoff was great. And then after that, they just cooled Jey Uso off very quick. Just cooled him off. And John Cena was the other story for 2025. And what's the big thing for John Cena these days? Oh, the build was shite. Oh, they didn't have a plan for him being a heel. Heel John Cena was a menace on the mic. The build wasn't that great, but every time he got on the mic, it was interesting to see. So that's what's going on. The lack of engaging angles and storylines is destroying the modern wrestling fan. And that's why the title reigns, they want hot potato. That's why.
And if your hot potato turns into the 24/7 title.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Yeah, no, I agree. I agree. That's why I'm saying if, I don't really care who wins at WrestleMania between these two. I'm going to be honest. I can make I just made a case for both, but if I had to pick one, I would like to see Roman Reigns, yes. Because again, like Kev said, you have more people chasing that title. I think the storylines in there will be better. It just Braun Breaker coming back to, I feel like, well, no, they already had their match. So yeah, never mind. Screw that. Scratch what I was just about to say. Yeah, I agree. Have Roman Reigns win at WrestleMania, but I don't care either way.
Well, let's get into the whole WrestleMania prediction here because we got all different things. We're gonna put it up here and we'll get Aaron to join us in a minute here. Let me see if I got you, Haas. And let me see if I can still see Haas here. I don't want to cover him, or maybe what I'll do is I'll switch with Haas my positioning. There we go. All right, we're gonna go. Let's get to that WrestleMania. This is, of course, your night one matchup. Everyone's going to talk about IShowSpeed starting it off in that 6-man tag. Haas, I think that's the way to open up WrestleMania, where the celebrity, so the casuals and the viewership, and you're often going with IShowSpeed. Okay,
I would say this before I get to that prediction. I don't like the sequencing of this night. When it comes with the first hour on ESPN2, they are missing the opportunity. I would have taken Jacob Fatu and Drew McIntyre, pushed them back, and show off Stephanie Vaquer and Liv Morgan after that 6-man tag. Because we're getting to a point, we have to tell the truth. Most on ESPN, who's going to mostly watch this showcase? Men.
Yeah.
Showcase those women after that 6-man tag. You already got Speed coming in. That's going to bring in some casuals, Speed and Logan Paul. Those are some new eyes. So with new eyes, bring something that's going to bring something that eye candy right there for the new eyes. You got your two of your spotlighted women in Vaquer and Liv Morgan. So I'll leave it at that. But with this 6-man tag, you got to have Speed win. You got to have Speed and Logan Paul in the division win. You got to have that. There's nothing to gain for the Usos or LA Knight winning this match. I would have Speed get the pin. Have him pin one of the Usos. Make this very big. And truth be told, you want to be real big. You want to ingratiate yourself with the internet and your wrestling fans. Have him pin Jey Uso. So I would have Speed and the Vision going over in this one.
Okay, interesting. Chris, do you feel this is an ESPN pressure? And this is a 2-part question for you, Chris. Do you think that he actually, Speed could actually hang with the chemistry of the Usos, or you think it's going to be carried by Logan Paul and LA Knight?
I think it's going to be carried heavily by Logan Paul and LA Knight. I think even Austin Theory. I think what's going to happen, you might not see Speed in the ring by himself a lot with one of the guys. And if it is, it's going to be a spot where like LA Knight throws him across, or Jey Uso and Jimmy super kick him. I don't think you're going to see too much of IShow Speed actually in the ring. I think he's just there for, to taunt, maybe interfere, maybe grab one of those guys' leg, maybe interfere in a pinfall. But I don't see him actually wrestling or getting, taking too many bumps or him throwing a punch. I don't see much of that.
Who do you like?
Who do I like? I'm kind of agreement with Haas because I think the Vision, they are supposed to be the hottest heel on Monday Night Raw. Obviously, they've taken kind of a backseat with, their major players, Braun Breaker and Bronson Reed being hurt. I think this win could revive them a little bit, especially Austin Theory and Logan Paul as tag team champions.
Okay. You know what? I think Jey Uso's gonna get so upset about it, he's gonna leave his brother and LA Knight alone. Leave him alone and abandon him. And I think that's the storyline. What's wrong with Jey Uso? Like he's gonna go on like a little bit of a tantrum tantrum or character disagreement. And I think the heels win, and that probably setting a program for LA Knight and Jey Uso going forward.
Yeah, I like that. And yeah, go ahead.
Okay, I was just gonna say, do not be surprised if you see Speed do one of those big leaping spots. I'm talking about either jumping over someone or maybe that Logan Paul spot where he just leaps and knocks somebody through the announce table because Speed is very athletic.
Yeah.
And I believe they've probably been practicing that spot just specifically for him. So maybe don't be surprised if you see like a frog splash or a moonsault to the announcing table.
Yeah, that's kind of what I meant too. Like you're not going to see him much in the ring, but he's going to get that one spot that, okay, we're good. We got that one spot. It's good. They want a viral moment for IShow Speed. That's what they want. I agree with Haas 100%. Yes.
All right, let's talk about the second matchup. Well, let me get Aaron in because I'm not going to try to go back on anything, but let me see. Aaron, what's going on, Aaron? Joining us. How are you, pal?
What's up, guys?
All right, good,
How
man.
you doing?
Good. We're talking about this matchup here with the opening contest of WrestleMania prediction. Do you want to give a quick prediction before we move to the second match? It's the IShow Speed with the Vision teaming up against the Usos and LA Knight. Who do you like in this matchup?
Oh, 1 second. My camera got adjusted. Okay. I'm not sure who to pick in this one, to be honest. I would say
Who do you love most?
I want LA Knight to get the win here.
Yeah.
That's what I want. Who I think's going to win? I think they might give it to Ice Speed and the Vision. That's what I'm thinking. And I don't want to see that, but I want LA Knight to win it and get the pin, get the pinfall. Heck, I do it on Ice Speed. But we should have just had, in my opinion, a World Tag Team title match.
Well, they put that in there, and that's where we're here. I could see there.
They should have saved the Raw. They could have had this on Raw and then do the World title match on WrestleMania. Because right now, neither tag team titles are being defended at WrestleMania.
I mean, this WrestleMania week, we could dissect all the different titles not being from the Women's United States to so many different other ones. Yeah.
Yeah, and the Women's United States, that's the disappointment. We could have Julia defend the title. So, but I want LA Knight to win. I'll say that.
All right, so we got LA Knight.
Okay.
LA Knight Usos. All right. We're going to go to the second match in the first hour at the ESPN Plus app where we could debate the placement of the match. But nevertheless, it's Drew McIntyre in an unsanctioned match against Jacob Fatu. Drew McIntyre is at his most dangerous when he's unhinged. We saw that last night in an unsanctioned environment against Jacob Fatu, who is the Samoan Savage. Will he overcome Drew's tactics and experience, or does the Scotsman goes to that dark place and is Fatu ready? I think Fatu's always been ready. I'm gonna go right to you, Haas. Who do you love in this match, man?
I got Jacob Fatu going over. The Drew McIntyre, it's time for him to self-destruct, and I'm tired of hearing him whine. So him losing to Fatu would cause a character shift for him, I believe. We need to see Drew McIntyre come out with more fire, not being the woe is me, I've been screwed Drew McIntyre. Like that character, when we talk about other characters getting stale, that character has gotten stale. Even though he had that title, he had the undisputed title, it didn't help that character. So I want Jacob Fatu to beat the brakes off Drew McIntyre, beat him into a new character. So yeah, I got Fatu going over.
Like it, Chris.
I everyone knows my love for Jacob Fatu. I've loved him for a while. I've been wanting him to go to WWE for a while. I do think Drew McIntyre is going to get the win. I wouldn't be surprised if they, like Haas says, I agree with him, but I think they're going to keep running it. Not for a while, but I wouldn't be surprised if, I think Cody's going to, again, I'll get into that. We'll get into that later, but I think Drew's going to get involved in the world title again. So I got Drew McIntyre.
You got Drew.
I could be 100% wrong.
Jacob Fatu. I like it, though.
Yes, I got Drew McIntyre over Jacob. Again, I don't like it, but that's just where my head is at.
I like your thought process. Go ahead, Aaron. Who do you like in this match?
I'm going with Jacob Fatu. Jacob Fatu needs to go over here. And if the sources online, online are true about Drew, he's supposedly going to go do some kind of show or movie, then we can have Fatu go over, and heck, he could be next in line to go for the WWE title.
I think that match is like, and Kev, we talked about this a few weeks ago too. Like, I do think this match is the number one. I think whoever wins this match probably will be not next right away
number one contender,
but it'll because again, Cody and Jacob, they've been fighting for this for a while, all different types of places. But again, Haas, because of that point you made up where I got screwed, I think that's exactly why Drew's going to.
Yeah, and Drew McIntyre never got his rematch for his undisputed world title against Cody Rhodes. He just didn't make the WrestleMania card. He got Jacob Fatu in his way. So I think Jacob wins, to be honest with you. I think the Samoan Werewolf wins. So. But Drew McIntyre still has that clause on Chris that says I never got my rematch for my world title picture, because it is an unsanctioned match. It's not a sanctioned or a recognizable match by the WWE. I know they don't do rankings, they don't do record book, but unsanctioned is kind of like saying, it really, it's not part of the WWE history books or in matches. It's just an unsanctioned match. So maybe that's how you keep Drew McIntyre hot, getting opportunity for title match later down the road after Backlash, and Jacob Fatu winning and say, you know what, I got aspirations to go for the gold. But I think with Jacob coming out of WrestleMania, I think they're going to go back to that storyline, who kicked his teeth in, which they teased that on Friday Night SmackDown. So, and long story short, I like Jacob Fatu to win because I think it's time to start heating up the next babyface. And I don't think a lot of people are going to get upset with Jacob Fatu becoming the next big thing, hot thing on SmackDown.
Before you move on, I just got one question about options on that one. The unsanctioned match. This is going to be on ESPN2. How much leeway are we going to have for an unsanctioned match on ESPN?
That's a great question.
That's a good question. So it's either going to be So do you think the iShow speed match isn't going to be that long then? They'll have that match be like 10 minutes, not even 10 minutes or whatever, and then
15 at best.
15 at best, and then because what you don't want, Haas, and I think is what we you're trying to think is you don't want them to AEW bleeds into the pre-show into the main show. You do not want to do this where what happened? What's the end of the match? Oh, I got to rush to go buy ESPN or buy it. You don't want this to happen. I agree.
I'm going to say this though. In this point, I disagree because this is not a pre-show match. This is actually the card itself. They're showing you the first hour. This is where they make sense for you to not see the ending because at the end of the day, they want you to subscribe. So they're going to want you to fear missing out. And I got to buy it because I got to see I'm already invested in this match. I got to see the conclusion. This is where it makes sense to do that.
This is go ahead.
Oh, I agree with Kevin there. It was, they're going to have that little cliffhanger where it's going to be probably close to halfway through the match or maybe a little over. And then, go subscribe to ESPN if you want to see the rest of this match. And then, oh crap, or you can use the internet. And
Yeah.
so, but yeah, I would say, or a VPN, whichever. But yeah, that's what they're going to do. So it gets you to pay the $30 so you can see the rest of the card. And yes, this is not a pre-show match.
It's not a pre-show, right?
Although
it's a de
I
facto
love the
pre-show, though.
bleeding of that. I love how they bleed with that with AEW. I really do. It's a nice touch. And then this would be a great touch too, even though it's not a pre-show match. Bleeding from ESPN2 to the ESPN app, it's a good business move. So I'd say that. But yeah, that's what I think. And my opinion is, it's an unsanctioned match. How much leeway? Like, how much are they going to be able to do on the ESPN2? What's okay, what's not okay.
That was my big thing. Like,
will blood be allowed?
Yeah.
Yeah.
This
You could
match,
be
in my
right.
opinion, then this match, in my opinion, now they could do it when they go to the PLE. When it goes from pay-per-view from ESPN2 to pay-per-view or PLE. That's where you can see some of the blood, maybe. Just a little bit of blood in this type of match. This type of matches, we need some color. It just don't need to be a regular where they kind of hit each other here and there. And we need to see some color. We need to see some intensity, especially these two have an intense feud. And not only that, they bled a few weeks ago, and when their brawl,
Jacob bled last night.
So that too, last night. I've been watching the highlights. I haven't got to there.
Okay.
I was at work, so
gotcha.
But yeah, they having this kind of match with their feud and the hatred for one another and the intensity. There needs to be some kind of blood, kind of like Punk and Drew when they had their Hell in a Cell match.
Because the biggest comparison is going to be, the last unsanctioned match that I remember was that Elimination Chamber last year with Sammy and Kev. Oh no, it was
Royal Rumble.
That was Royal Rumble. That's
Royal
right.
Rumble.
That was Rumble. Yeah, that was a good unsanctioned match. That was pretty good. So they got a lot to live up to on that one.
No, it was Elimination Chamber. Kevin Owens faced Cody Rhodes in a ladder match. That's what it was.
Okay. It was a ladder match. But who do you like? Who do you like to win? Because we'll move on to the next match.
Jacob Fatu.
This is where I agree with Haas. I know this is the second match. Personally, if I had the order of creating the first hour of ESPN2, the second match, for two reasons. This one, I'm agreeing with you, because let's face it, this is, even until this day, and not gonna like what I'm gonna say. At the end of the day, sex sells. Sex sells, and you should have put Liv Morgan and Stephanie Vicaire to be your number 2 matchup at ESPN. I totally agree with you, because I don't think the women's tag team title was going to be a gravitas where you're going to be like, I need to watch it, because I think people would have been rolling eyes. Oh, they're giving that there, or even Becky Lynch and AJ Lee for the pop, because
that was my pick, because that's who people are going to recognize the most.
Okay,
but I don't think the in-ring wasn't going to tell you, Dan, these women's wrestling has, because they would have went with the sex appeal, but that match is more than just sex appeal. When it comes to Vicaire and Morgan, I think they're one of the top women in all of professional wrestling in-ring wise.
Yeah. So, no, I agree. And we kind of saw a little bit of it at Elimination Chamber with AJ and Becky. It wasn't that great. I don't even think you could put this on the wrestling. I questioned this even being on WrestleMania. So yeah, I agree.
So that's why I think, you use the sex appeal, but to say, you know what, women's wrestling is more than just bra and panties and sex appeal. These women could go. Yeah, and you would have got the finest women in wrestling go at it and at card number 2. So I'm going to go into this. We're going to talk about Stephanie Vicaire and Liv Morgan. There's a lot of different storyline angles when it comes to that. La Primera hasn't got anyone breathing down her throat since she's been in WWE. I think her path is too easy, too smooth. To me, I said this, Stephanie, I don't care. After WrestleMania, am I going to care about Stephanie Vicaire, Chris?
No, I don't really know anybody else that could even have a feud with Stephanie. They played it well with her and Raquel. I think that was good for her to see what she could do in a story. They tried to give her that adversity that you talked about with kind of her Raquel and Liv kind of jumping her, hitting her from the back of her head and slamming her around, during backstage. So they try to do that with Stephanie, but I don't think it's hitting right now. I think Liv Morgan, there's more story in the future. There's more opponents for her. We could see her and Roxanne for the title, her and Raquel for the title when eventually, if they decide to, do a split feud or something like that. So I do like Liv Morgan winning this match. And then I kind of would question Stephanie where her direction could go after WrestleMania. Is it kind of like she chases back after Liv if they get that rematch? I don't really know where Stephanie would go, right away, but I do see Liv Morgan. I can see Liv Morgan beating her at WrestleMania.
Oh, I like that. Aaron, I'm gonna go to you here. Who do you like here? Who's walking out champion?
Well, I would say also I'm hoping, because there was word that Liv Morgan may not be clear to go with the concussion. I'm not sure how true it is, but I've seen a few things online about it. I mean, that goose egg on her head looked nasty. So hopefully that she is good to go. And if so, hopefully no further injuries happen. Because that was a nasty bump. Like, I heard the pop on TV. But I would and this one I'm kind of down the middle, because I would love Valkyrie to retain, because I think she's doing great. But then also Liv Morgan, I mean, she's great as well. So this one is like 50-50 to me. If I had to pick, really, I really want. Honestly, I want to keep Valkyrie with the title. I want Valkyrie to keep winning. I want her to keep the title, hold it a little bit longer, and drop it later on. So I want to go with Valkyrie, but 50-50. Whoever wins, I wouldn't be upset either way, because they're Liv Morgan's great. What she does on screen, and what and her in-ring abilities, and same thing for Valkyrie, what she does, and loving the presentation, and I'm loving the intensity with this feud. I really am. The intensity, the hate, and everything between the two. I'm loving the selling of it. They're really putting themselves over with this match, and to me, it's one of the top matches I'm going to see on night one. So I'm ready to see this one. So I'm gonna have to go with Valkyrie.
All right, and I'm going to go to Haas, because Haas likes his characters. He likes his story, people to tell them about their characters, and seeing what the Liv Morgan with the Judgment Day, what character and what comes out of the whole Judgment Day with Roxanne, Raquel, Stephanie, and I don't know how much about her character. She's a devil's kiss, and that's it. Haas, who do you like? And break this down, man, because I love your takes on when it comes to the characters and all that, in your thinking.
The biggest, with the prediction, I got Liv going over.
All right.
And with character work here, the best thing that creative can do with Liv Morgan as champion is to dissolve the Judgment Day. I'm talking about Judgment Day Civil War. So we want Roxanne Perez and Raquel wanting the belt. I'm tired of we got this whole faction that's going to just triple team all the women coming out. We've seen that already with a Liv Morgan title run. So yes, we need jealousy within that Judgment Day, because we already got the men dissolving from it, getting away from each other. Raw is bigger than the Judgment Day now, so it's time to get that civil war going. So, and with Stephanie Valkyrie, it's going to be tough, because the thing with Stephanie is she's only interesting with that belt. They have to retool her character, because who really is La Primera? Like, really, who is she? We really do not know. We know that she's this sensual ass kicker. That's what we know. Other than that, they trying to sell it. They trying to sell us that she's this, this game changer for all women in Chile and all the other countries, that she's going to be this role model. And it's hard to sell that with the presentation you have with her. You get what I'm saying? So they're going to have to retool her presentation for her to be interesting without a title. So yeah, I got Liv going over, and the best thing the best thing they can do is give us the Judgment Day Civil War, because that gives Liv two enemies coming out of the PLE already, plus Stephanie. So that's 3 people right there if they do this correctly. So yeah.
Not only that, they teased it that they never got a payoff when Liv confronted Roxanne about her allegiance to Finn Balor bringing into the Judgment Day, and then that's when Vaquer attacked. So I like what you're throwing there. I like how you're dotting the I's and crossing the T's and having connected tissues. I like that. We're gonna move on here to a streak, but it's not a WrestleMania streak. It's a submission streak. AJ Lee has made Becky Lynch tap out 3 times since her return from WrestlePalooza, Survivor Series, Elimination Chamber. Is Becky mentally broken, or is the grandest stage when the man gets bigger and pump up her chest? Chris, what do you like and your thoughts?
So I know a lot of people in this WrestleMania have the mindset of, I just can't wait till this is over for this match. This is the one match I feel about, is this one. I cannot wait till this is over. I'm sick of seeing repeated Becky Lynch calling corrupt Jessica Card, blaming everything. Look, she does a good job of playing her, TV role and what her storylines on social media, but it is kind of boring. It's old. Again, their first match at Elimination Chamber sold me on not wanting to see it again. It's no disrespect to AJ Lee because she's one of my childhood favorites, and it's damn sure no disrespect to Becky Lynch because she is probably, in my opinion, she is the best all around in that locker room for other reasons. But I don't want to see it. Who do I think is going to win? I think AJ Lee is going to win because I think there's more to do with AJ Lee with that championship. We've seen Becky have it. They didn't do the Bayley stuff. They already did it with Lyra. We've seen kind of the people we wanted to see Becky work with that title. Now I know me and Hoss both brought up the idea of Roxanne going after Liv. Let's say Stephanie does win. Okay, then she can go against AJ Lee. So I got AJ winning. It benefits that title in the long run. Becky already had her run with it, and she set up AJ to have a good for that title, because that title is, it means more than the U.S. title. I'll tell you that on the women's side. So I think Becky's done a good job to get that title something, and I think AJ's going to take it and hopefully run the ball with it. And I think Becky challenges Liv or Stephanie, whoever's the champion at WrestleMania.
Yeah, we'll go to Aaron on that. Aaron, I would like you to piggyback your thoughts on the winner of that, and storyline-wise, what would you like to see coming out of this AJ Lee versus Becky Lynch Women's Intercontinental title match?
I like Chris's point there for AJ Lee. But I honestly wouldn't mind Becky retaining if she's and winning, or Becky winning. Sorry, Becky winning the title back. I would also want to see some fresh faces with this title. To me, this should be like a stepping stone for the either women's world championship. That and the women's U.S. title should be a stepping stone. So, like seeing a Lyra Valkyria win and others down the road, especially when Jessie Jane comes up from the main roster, Blake Monroe, Maxine, so Lola when she comes up from the main roster. So seeing what this title should be, this feud honestly could have been without the title, in my opinion. We could have had this feud without the title. But I'm going to say Becky Lynch on this one. She wins and retains, and maybe AJ Lee goes on a little break, and we might see her back around SummerSlam, I'd say. That's what I'm thinking. They're going to kind of save her for the big-time PLEs. But who knows? She might want to go on a nice little run and put someone over. She's got some eyes on some young talent she wants to face, so she might retain this title. And next in line could be Lyra Valkyria, it could be Io Sky, or who else on the Raw roster that could maybe JC.
Yeah, whoever creative have been stalled for her. So you're liking Becky Lynch to win?
I like it, Becky Lynch, because I love the heel. I love the heel work that she's doing. I love how she comes out and says that Pete, Sports Illustrated saying it, and everyone's saying it. I'm the GOAT. You know, I
You
think
like her character. You like her character work.
I
where
love the
she's
heel character
incorporating.
work.
I understand it. It's better for business because she's around more and she elevates the Intercontinental title. Do you agree, Haas?
I got two lines of thought on this.
I want to hear them both.
Okay, I would like AJ Lee to win, but only if she's going to be here, be here consistently like Punk is. If she is here all the time with her husband, she can hold that belt for a nice long time. I would have no problem with that. I'm not a fan of hers, but I get what they're going with. Because I want Becky Lynch in the main event. I am tired of her holding the mid-card hostage right now. And she's talking about retirement soon. I don't know how soon that is, but she is talking about it. So if you really get into those talks, it's on your head. So yeah, Becky needs to go back to the main event because since Naomi has went with her pregnancy, the heel character has died in the main event for the women. It's not that big, so we need Becky up there. So
well, Liv Morgan's really good.
Liv is good, but they've been wanting her to turn her face for a while. They've been alluding to it ever since she came back from that injury, winning the Royal Rumble. They want that to happen. So that's why I want that Civil War thing I was talking about in the last subject. So if you put Becky up there, because truth be told, she's insufferable. That's what makes her heel character work. Because she gets on your nerves. You want her to shut up. She gets go away heat. That's why it works. So
she's the GOAT.
I get trust me, I get what you're saying. I get exactly what you're saying, but her character is so effective because you don't want her around. It's just like, okay, fight. Stop talking to me. You're talking too much. Be quiet, Becky. So yes, I want AJ to win just because of that. So if I wasn't tired of Becky holding the mid-card hostage, I wouldn't mind her winning, but there's no way she can put any more prestige on that title than she already has. So yeah, AJ Lee for the win for me.
And that's kind of what I brought up too, because she put Maxine over and she made Lyra, not over, but she's had really good matches with Lyra. She was the first IC champion. That was like her big first feud with that title. What else can you do with AJ Lee? Or excuse me, Becky Lynch as the Intercontinental Champion? She should be going against Liv Morgan.
Yes.
Or if you want to get Stephanie over, you should be going against Stephanie. But I think Becky it was kind of a refresher, good to see her in that role for a while, because I think a lot of people were kind of over her being at the top, and I think when they introduced this title, they needed somebody to kind of get those titles rolling. I know we thought Bayley, some people thought Bayley or whatever, but yeah, like Haas said, like I said, Becky's already done what she could with that title. It's time for her to get back up to the top, and it's time for a Roxanne Perez, I think, to really hold that. That's the person I want to see hold that title.
I'm with you on that one, Chris.
Before she goes and wins the world title, and I'm saying that if Stephanie wins, because if Liv Morgan wins, I don't mind if they, like you said, Judgment Day, Civil War, and if both Roxanne and Raquel want to go after that, I don't mind that. But if Stephanie does win, I do think Roxanne benefits holding that IC title until she gets her feud with AJ, her dream opponent. It's going to be a feud that we're going to be enjoy with. AJ helps Roxanne. This helps Roxanne. When Roxanne drops it, she moves up. Boom. That's why I think if Stephanie wins, I would like Roxanne and AJ to have their match.
Yeah, that's why I'm with you. Because you could also play back the childhood emphasis of the Roxanne Perez meeting AJ Lee outside that photograph picture when she's a little girl, getting inspired to getting into professional wrestling, and where she's at, and that motivation, and then to wrestle her hero at SummerSlam box office with emotional investment storyline. That's why, I hope WWE, and this is a little side note, I hope WWE gives an ID contract to Izzy Moreno. I would love to see Izzy Moreno and Bayley in the ring, sooner before her career for Bayley is called, quits. That's something, and now you have something with Roxanne Perez along with AJ Lee. I think, business-wise, storyline-wise, AJ Lee retaining makes more sense. I want to keep it in the knockouts, the women's division. Was the final one on the card. It's the tag team match, the Fatal 4-Way. Me personally, I'm a little disappointed. I would have loved this to be the first female TLC something different, because a lot of people did not like the whole, and they don't like this match, period. This could have been a Friday Night SmackDown match. Why is it on WrestleMania? Yada, yada. All the narrative, all the negativity, neither the less they're in. The women are going to be showcased, the tag team titles, like it or not, in this WrestleMania moment. You want to go get cupcakes, go ahead. Want to stuff your face, go for it. But Fatal 4-Way, fine. I would have liked the ladder match, but we get the Fatal 4-Way. Haas, the build, I'm tired of seeing the singles wrestling one week in this show, the other week in that one. I kind of want this to get over with. But at the end of the day, I think the Bellas win this tag team titles by hook or crook. Your thoughts?
To go with you, what you were talking about, the TLC match, I disagree, Kev. I don't want to see it, because when I see these women do these type of gimmick matches, let's go to Money in the Bank last year. These women be scared to bump. They be scared to do those spectacular bumps with those ladders. You have just maybe one or two that might actually just be daring, and this is where people are gonna be upset with me right now. We got older women in here trying to do these a TLC match. They're not gonna want to do it. They're not.
Fair point.
Just be for real. Do you think Nikki Bree, Charlotte, Nia Jax want to do some bumping on ladders? Just be for real. That's my only disagreement.
Even Lash Legend. I can see it. But it doesn't have to be just ladders. It could be TLC, tables and chairs. And
I just don't think they're going to utilize the furniture as they should.
Okay,
so
fair enough.
That's my thing on that one. But to go back to this match, I wouldn't be upset if the Irresistible Forces retained, but sadly that's not going to happen. I'm with you. They're going to give us a Mania moment, and the Bellas are going to win, and I can't stand it. I can't stand it because they're not great in ring anymore. They really have never been great in ring, but now, oof, it's rough. It's a rough watch. But they're gonna find a way for them to win. They're gonna sneak it. They're gonna sneakily do it, and I believe we're gonna get a turn on Charlotte and Alexa Bliss in this match. I believe someone's gonna screw someone over. One woman's gonna be mad, and I think it's gonna be Alexa Bliss. She's gonna end up slapping Charlotte, and we're gonna get a heel turn out of this match. I believe it's gonna happen. But the Bellas win. We're gonna probably dissolve the tag team, the women's tag team, for a while to retool. Because some of these women need to go be going for singles titles. Like this experiment, let's be real about it. We know why this experiment happened. AEW brought out those women tag titles. WWE wanted to come out and do it this well. So it just hasn't worked. It hasn't worked for AEW either, but it's better than what we got right now. So yeah, Bellas go over for me.
I can see Nia and Lash being the split. But Aaron, I'm gonna go with you, Aaron. The Fatal 4-Way. Who do you love in this match?
The Fatal 4-Way, I would have to say in this match, I want Charlotte and Alexa to win because I really like them as a team. But I would like, trying to think. I don't want the Bellas to win, to be honest. I don't.
I think nobody does, but I'm trying to stay where I think what WWE is going.
I think they are. Yeah, I think the WWE is going to go with the Bellas to give them their moment and everything. And I think we're going to see that we're going to see them hold the tag team titles for a while because they haven't held those tag team titles yet. So I want to say, thinking from a WWE standpoint, Bellas are going to win. But I would like Charlotte and Alexa to win, so I really like them as a tag team. But I'm going to say Bellas.
Bellas, got the Bellas going over. Chris, I'm going to give vote to you, but I think night one, if it's true, the Bellas, night two, you have them go up against the Elegance brand, and my God, you can hear the TV remotes turning off.
Good night, everybody. No, look, Aaron Haas, I've been talking about this for forever, ever since Brie Bella came back at the Royal Rumble. They're going to put the titles on the Bella Twins. It's more than professional wrestling. It's more than them helping any of these tag teams. Because like Haas said, you have Nia Jax, Lash Legend, Charlotte, Alexa, Bayley, and Lyra. All of them should be competing for singles championships, whether it's your IC titles, US titles, or your world championships. There's not one reason none of these women shouldn't be fighting for singles titles. They're going to get publicity on WWE. The Bella Twins are fucking everywhere. They're all over the NFL, MLB, ESPN. They're everywhere. Hell, Nikki Bella was the talk of the town in the sports world for so long with her and Cooper DeJean. Football season's coming back up. Yeah, they're going to do a lot more than just pro wrestling having that titles on the Bella Twins. That's why since day one at that Royal Rumble when Brie came back, this is where they're heading. They're winning this titles at WrestleMania. That's what it's looking like.
That's true inspiration.
Again, if you were telling me that I had to sit here and watch a match between the Bellas, the Inspiration, and Elegance brand and just watch that,
and the Sisters of Sin,
or you can't watch wrestling for like a year or ever, I might consider the second option.
I'm right with you. Man.
You guys are something, man. You guys are something.
I don't want to see. The Inspiration literally inspires me to leave. It inspires me not to do it and talk about him. Dude, oh yeah. Shout out to the Inspiration.
It inspires me to pick up this remote. That's what it does.
Well, they gotta, they're where they belong right now. They're where they belong.
Okay.
Don't forget, guys, we're gonna get right into this one here. This personally, if you would have told me in another alternate universe, this would have been your second match of the first hour, where you're showcasing, but it's about professional wrestling, good wrestlers, not a lot of story. Gunther versus Seth Rollins, the career killer, Seth Rollins. Because to me, this could be the low-key best match of the card, where you got two of the biggest professionals who could be the top of the brand for Gunther, Rollins. Now, I love how it might not make sense at the moment, or it still needed more story to it, but at least they made an opportunity, a attempt to put the pieces together where Gunther wants a big thank you favor from Paul Heyman, where Ref Rollins has been a thorn on the side of Paul Heyman. For Rollins, Gunther, Chris, who do you like in this match here?
I like Gunther. It's not really because of the career killer or anything like that. I think I would have liked to see Gunther a little bit more with Paul Heyman, just because I think this could be their way to building up Brock versus Gunther at SummerSlam. So I think this is kind of their way of doing it. Again, if you listen to the rumors online, this wasn't supposed to be the match. I mean, you could see it from storyline wise from Seth. So I don't mind that they did this. This gives Gunther a opponent who, I'm not saying Seth Rollins is going to be gone in a year or two, but he also doesn't have much, I'm assuming, time left in wrestling either. So, get these guys working. Maybe they do something cool down the line. But again, I think if you have Gunther, and they could do it on Monday Night Raw, Gunther was something with Paul Heyman, where you get that. I think that sets up after WrestleMania where Gunther wins, and then you start up that storyline with Brock and Gunther. So I think Gunther's going to win. Like you said, Kev, I think it could be one of those matches where it probably can be the best match of the card. At that point, I'm just going to watch the match for it being a good match. But I think the result is going to be kind of interesting, because if Seth wins, either way, he's going to go against Braun Breaker. So why does Seth really need the win, if that makes sense?
Will we get a returning breaker?
We'll probably get a returning breaker that causes Seth the match, and Gunther gets the win. Not saying that Gunther needs to lose dirty, but that's kind of his shtick, and it's not like Seth is a retirement match. So yeah, I think Braun Breaker come out there, even if Seth is about to hit its current stop, and he just something so simple where we just see that Braun Breaker's back, and then Seth or Gunther could hit his power bomb 1, 2, 3. But yes, I agree with you. I think Braun's going to come out in the match. Gunther's going to win, and I think Gunther and Paul Heyman some way somehow figure out their way to get Brock and Gunther at SummerSlam.
I'm hearing what you're saying. If Braun Breaker does return, I could see where it could end in the disqualification, where now Gunther says, "Now you owe me 2. Your boy, you couldn't keep your boy in check, your man in check. Now you owe me two situations, 2 thank yous or 2 favors to Paul Heyman. One is maybe tell me a little more about Punk if he retains the title, he beats Roman, and then the Brock Lesnar card in his back pocket. Or am I far-fetching reaching here? And who do you like too, by the way?
The thing about disqualification, WWE doesn't have the benefit of the doubt anymore, so we can't have that DQ. They can't. Boy, you're going to have the crowd going to go into a frenzy behind this. Depending on the placement of this match, too, it's going to be close towards the end of the night. It may lead into our main event. This match cannot end in a DQ. It cannot. And this is where you get in trouble with Gunther right now, because you've built Gunther up like this career killer and this and that. People are going to say, oh, is he going to be buried if he takes an L? It shouldn't be that way. So I have Gunther winning, and I'm right with you. I think Braun Breaker is going to call Seth. I think Braun is going to probably attack both of these men. I believe he's going to send a message to both of them. Going to spear the hell out of both of them. But yes, Gunther's going to take advantage of that. He'll be the first one to recover, and he's going to pin Seth 1, 2, 3. It won't be no sleeper holes this time. He's going to end up just pinning him. And the whole Brock Lesnar thing, I don't buy into the Brock. I believe that favor is going to be long-term. You know how long they had to pay off that Punk favor? It's no way that Brock is going to retire at SummerSlam this year. I just do not see it.
I don't see it either. You know why? Because Saudi Arabia, WrestleMania, you don't think they're going to throw a boatload of money for Brock Lesnar to come back and wrestle that WrestleMania if he's supposedly quote-unquote retire?
Of course.
Yeah, that's why I don't believe that either. Aaron, give me your take here with the old Braun Breaker returns. Are we seeing Gunther winning, or are we seeing Seth freaking Rollins just plan out beat the career killer?
What I'm thinking, kind of going back to that keep your boy in check thing. I was just thinking about this a few minutes ago. Gunther tells Paul, I want to do this on my own. I don't need your help. Appreciate the favor. Keep your boys in the back. This is my fight. Paul agrees. All right, that's what you want. That's what you get. Part of the favor. And that's when we get the big Braun Breaker return. Seth about to hit that curb stomp. Spears Seth. Spears Seth's soul out of his body, sending it into the oblivion. And then Gunther gets up. He don't look happy. He goes ahead and finishes the match, and then maybe we'll have a little stare down with Braun and Gunther. And then that's when the whole favorite thing comes into play. Well, you still owe me because you didn't keep your end of the favor. And that's when he wants Brock Lesnar later. He'll come back up later in storyline. And we'll get Brock Lesnar. So I'm gonna say Gunther's going to win, but due to interference, and I hate saying it because this match I would love for it to be 1-on-1. I don't know. I'm kind of getting tired of interferences and all the wrestling. You know, I'm not just talking WWE, even AEW with some of their stuff and TNA. I just want to see a straight up 1-on-1 match. You know, especially matches like this. There's sometimes where interferences call for, you know, it kind of plays into it, but there are times where it's just okay. There's too much. It's hold back, dial it back. So that's where I'll go with this one. And then on that, Gunther, due to interference by Braun, and he spears Seth, and Gunther wins, but he's not happy. And if Gunther's not happy, we're not happy.
Right, and this is why I said this could have been the second match of night one on the first hour on ESPN2, because if you do have an introduction of Braun Breaker in, it kind of separates with the matches in between the unsanctioned match, the Intercontinental Title Women's Tag Team match, because we get to the main event, because we know that the main event is going to be interference. Pat McAfee looks like he's going to be in the corner of Randy Orton. So you really want to go back-to-back matches with interference, ref bump possibly, you know, Braun return. You don't want to be redundant. So I'm surprised they went that route where Fatu, because it's unsanctioned. So if anything happens, that should have been the co-main event. If you're talking it UFC style, rather and giving us that earlier, and you could at least have some buffer palate cleansing in between. But now you're going to get back-to-back of it. Let's go right into the main event, Chris. Finally, the number one night one, where I think everyone says, let's get this main event over. And with all the prestige, with all the circumstances, good, bad, indifference, Randy Orton is looking for his 15 world title with the TKO executive trying to reporting blocking or backing McAfee and Orton alliance. Do you feel that Cody is being sabotaged of this title run, and does Randy Orton win?
That's a tough one. This is the one that if any match I'm kind of in the middle on right now, especially on this first night, is this one. They gave the record moment with us last year, with Cena. I would like to see it, but I do think they're gonna keep the title on Cody. I'm gonna say Cody Rhodes. Don't really know the direction. Maybe they do this again, but I'll be honest. I'm in the middle. I could see a case for both. I'm gonna go Cody Rhodes.
Cody Rhodes, Aaron. You love everything here. You love Cody Rhodes. Does
I
he?
can't believe I'm even saying that too. Ugh.
Does that's why I went to Aaron, because I wanted Cody Rhodes.
Oh yes, this one here. I can go on about this one all day. I will say this: I disagree with adding in Pat McAfee. This should have been just Cody, Randy 101, the history, the lineage behind their story, and where they've come from to where they're at now, especially for Cody, being under Randy's wing for a while, and then Cody sharing that he helped Randy at times during some of his struggles. Adding in Pat McAfee made no sense, and honestly, it has really hurt this feud to where I'm more interested in Roman and Punk now compared to this one, to be honest. And I'm wondering if this is kind of the play they wanted to go, because everybody was in on that Randy Cody feud before this over Roman and Punk. A lot of people were. I won't say everybody. And then now they did this, causing a lot of people to turn on it and not like it. And now they're more. And now you got Punk and Roman with nobody on the outside except for the bloodline, which it makes sense. It's Roman's family. But I don't know. I want Cody. I really want Cody to win. That's who I want. Cody Rhodes, because this whole Randy and Pat. Honestly, before Pat got involved, I wouldn't mind Randy won. I was 50-50. I was like, Cody wins because that's my guy. Cool. Randy, I have been a fan of his for a while, but if he wins 15, cool. I'm fine with either or. Now, with this whole Pat and this whole TKO angle and what they're doing, it's just left a sour taste on it. I disagree with it. And I just can't believe they just ruined this storyline. But I'm gonna go with Cody.
Cody, you got Cody for the win. Haas, does the Viper gets the 15th?
They are finna copy their homework from last year. Yes, Randy Orton is going to win. We're going to have the same deal we had with John Cena last year. Cody's going to end up seeming embarrassed. He's going to look ugly and hurt. Randy Orton's going to win. He's going to have 15 across his waist. He's going to hold it till SummerSlam, and Cody's going to re-win it there. So, yes, they are going to copy and paste 2 straight years of this. Be prepared for it. Be prepared that Cody Rhodes is going to probably get booed again, even though he's going to lean Randy Orton back to the good side at SummerSlam, just like John Cena miraculously turns face before that match. That may not happen. He's going to probably turn after he loses to Cody at SummerSlam. That's what I believe is going to happen. So, yeah, we might get a funny moment where Jelly Roll probably choke slams the Viper. We might get Pat McAfee punting Cody Rhodes in the balls. Get ready for all of that. It's going to be a lot of overbooking. It's going to be very ugly. Look at Aaron. He's already mad. He knows it's going to happen. He knows it's going to happen. So, yes.
This could have been a straight up 101 wrestling.
Yes, it could have. But yeah,
you can't. You're not gonna get it because you had your moment when everybody but Andre the Giant didn't come out at WrestleMania 40 to go and help Cody Rhodes. Now eat it. Cómetelo. Eat it.
The biggest thing for Cody Rhodes is Cody Rhodes is going to win after this.
This is the MVP.
But no, this helps Cody because this is going to make him another title reign after this. So that'll be what, number 5? He's already 3-time champion.
4.
Okay, he'll be 4. So That's racking it up for him. He's going to end up probably be a 10 or 12-time champion. This helps that out.
19-time world champion.
Boy, he's going to be the most hated wrestler ever if that happens, and you know it.
No, honestly, I think the most Cody will win, to be honest. I think
it's going to be double digits.
Between 4 and 6, I would say.
It's going to be double digits.
I think
before he retires.
Look, the WrestleMania main event might be convoluted, might be this, that. There's a stipulation. If Randy Orton doesn't win, we're not going to see Pat McAfee anymore. What a way of getting people back on your side by getting Pat McAfee gone. Everybody now hates him for this 2 weeks, the build. Get him out. They have people crying on IWC. You got people with aneurysms, people with, who are going off on crowning hemorrhoids. They're going off the script with agita, vomiting, with penises in their mouths. You have 206 penises in their mouths and so forth.
That's not PG.
So I think Cody Rhodes win. Pat McAfee, you go do College Game Day. By the way, don't put all your stocks on being a actor because you are no actor. You are no Sylvester Stallone. Your acting sucks. If that was you acting there, I like the message, but everything else it looked terrible.
Hey, you can't ricochet that.
Oof. The Elegance man looks more appealing. I'd rather have him go out there and tell me that Ram is gonna pick up 25% of the tab on the tickets because oh my goodness, that was.
You think TKO is not looking at these metrics right now? These last 2 episodes of SmackDown have probably been the highest rated in months.
Of course.
Don't you think Pat McAfee's going anywhere anytime soon? That's why I think Randy Orton's going to win because of that.
I think McAfee's. I think he doesn't. WWE might want to keep him around, but I don't know if McAfee wants to be around.
I'm with you, Chris.
I get that.
McAfee even said a while back that he was done with WWE. That he was just done.
That's why a lot of people are going to Ari Emanuel and stuff because even Pat, I just don't like Pat. Again, he has so much stuff going on with College Game Day, ESPN, all that. The fans don't like him there. Even before this, fans hated him on commentary. I think he is the definition of I have fuck you money and I don't need to be here. Out of all people, out of all celebrities, Bad Bunny, of course.
Great point.
Pat McAfee is the shit in sports media right now. So, and all WWE wants is, and he probably feels some type of way. Kev, me and you have talked about this before. I wouldn't be surprised if Pat McAfee has felt some type of way. Are you guys just am I here for you or for your talent to come on my show?
Oh,
I've gotten that vibe for a long time. That Pat McAfee has felt that way for a while. Again, this is just what I'm watching. It's just these, granted, they let him do the Pat McAfee show from Raw. They let him do that. But again, during WrestleMania season, during all that, part of me is kind of scrap whatever the hell you have planned on and let's promote WrestleMania. Let's have all my They had Sam fucking Roberts on Pat McAfee show last year during WrestleMania night 2 or night 1 after.
Or
the Friday before WrestleMania night 1. They had Sam Roberts for a whole 30 minutes. You're gonna tell me that? No, I think that's McAfee has felt. I'm not saying now. I'm saying probably back then when he took, he left sooner than he was supposed to. That's kind of what my thought was behind that. So I wouldn't be surprised if McAfee says, you know what, I'm gonna say all this shit I got to say to get out of my chest, and I won't see you guys for, if not ever, a long time. What has McAfee isn't then just a celebrity that just came to commentary. He was there during the Black and Gold era in NXT. I just want people to really remember that. He's not just a celebrity that, I'm Pat McAfee on the #1 sports show. Let me get a commentator gig. Kind of like Joe Tessitore. No shade to him.
That's right.
That's Joe Tessitore. McAfee has had matches against Adam Cole, Black and Gold era. He's been a part of it before. So yeah, that's all. That's all I got.
Well said. Well said on that with the McAfee. He's not a stranger. He's been in this business. He's been in the trenches. When you go and you invest in Full Sail in a Black and Gold era, and
this isn't the first time they've worked the Pat McAfee show angle. When him and Adam Cole had that whole "fuck you, Pat," that was a work. McAfee and the WWE have done this on his platform with him numerous of times going back 10 years ago.
And they still will, even if Randy Orton loses. You don't tell me someone that comes in and disrespects Pat, and boom, Pat's back in there. It could be Gunther, and Gunther, they could reheat that again. I know nobody wants to see it, but just the word of words, it's all those things there.
McAfee has history with people, so it's not like, again, if it is, I'm not all 100% behind it either. I want to get that very clear,
right?
I'm not 100%. But I'm not going to deny that McAfee has, in my opinion, spoke nothing but facts. It's his deliverance that sucks. It's him pausing between long ass, he says something, he'll pause it. Like, that's kind of annoying. It's just this deliverance. But what he's trying to get out, I think, is not bad. And again, he has been around, has had some feuds with a bunch of people. This is not the first. I think this is just a lot of people's first time really seeing Pat McAfee, his show being used to work heat for a show. He's done this 10 years ago, guys. He's just doing it at a bigger level.
I tend to agree with you on that. Doing it at another level. And hopefully night one, gets us excited for night number 2. We're going to get into night 2, but I want to hear from my sponsor real quick, just for a quick reset. We're going to hear from our sponsor and we'll get right into the night number 2.
All right, quick break. Don't go anywhere. This segment is sponsored by Dude Wipes. Whether you're grinding through work, hitting the gym, or locked in for a full night of wrestling, Dude Wipes help you stay fresh. Simple as that. Portable, convenient, and designed for real life. And of course, this show is powered by the Sports Jedi Network. Independent wrestling coverage, real discussion, and a community that actually knows the product. If you rock with what we do here, support the sponsors that support the channel. Now, let's get back to the breakdown. Take it away, PGH Chris and Sports Jedi Kev.
You're watching Jedi Sports Network with Kev.
All right, we're ready, locked and loaded for night number 2. Now, the first hour is going to be on ESPN. That means all eyes in the United States. ESPN, whoever has it, it's going to be at free at no cost. To me, they put 2 matches in that really is going to get people's teeth sunk in. I'm going to leave this one because to me, this is a main event. I want to talk about that second, but I want to talk about the ladder match for the Intercontinental title match where we have 6 competitors in. The champion, Penta, with Cero Miedo, defending his Intercontinental title with one of the best in the ladder match with Dragon Lee, with JD McDonough, Javon Evans, Rusev, who I would have loved to see Hijo de Vikingo in there, but it is what it is, and Rey Mysterio, the main eventer, the Hall of Famer. When the Hall of Famer like Rey Mysterio says, I want to be part of the match, you got to put him in, Haas.
I have Javon Evans going over in this match. I just believe he's going to be the one that's going to be properly booked coming out of this, coming out of the PLE because, and I love Penta. Penta is very good. I have an unpopular opinion about a Penta. I think Penta should be in the main event. That's just me. I think he's very good. I think he speaks well enough to get emotion from fans. So that's how I feel about Penta. But yes, Javon, this is going to be a crowning of Javon Evans in the mid card. They're gonna let him run. They're gonna let him run rapid in that mid card, probably for a year and a half. He may not hold the title for a year and a half, but he's gonna be the one. He's gonna be the face of mid card mania on Raw. So I got Javon Evans going over.
All right, I like your thought process, Aaron. First hour of this ladder match with all the participants. Your thoughts here. Who do you like winning here, and you give me why?
First off, I agree 100%. Vikingo would be so much better in Rusev's spot. Nothing against Rusev. I love Rusev. It's just him. Not saying he can't go in a ladder match, but you have all these other athletic and agile guys in this match, and then you got him, who's basically a brawler, heavyweight. Kind of throws it off a little bit. So having Vikingos, I love Vikingo in AAA. Hopefully, he can win that AAA Mega Championship again. Screw you, Dirty Dom. No, I was kidding. But yeah, Vikingo been amazing and a good run for AAA. Get a AAA town on the card. just like they had that with TNA in the past. So that would have been great, but that's not what it is. So I'm going with OG Javon Evans. Love Javon. He's a big star. He's Intercontinental title ready. He has put himself over not only in his matches, but in his promos, the entrance. The fans love him. And I think he would bring some good attention to the IC title, maybe even start up an IC title open challenge thing going on. I love the pick of Javon Evans in this match. And I think this is going to be a really fun ladder match. And we're going to see a lot of good spots, a lot of good stuff in the ring. Hopefully nobody gets hurt, especially for Ray coming back from his injury. Hopefully nobody gets hurt because I love Rey Mysterio. I also have a little curveball here, though. I'm thinking Gunther's going to come out and annihilate Ray, though.
Okay.
Hey, we were supposed to get it. And that's what the rumor was. That's why he was feuding with Dragon Lee. And then Ray got injured. And now he's got cleared. They already set up Gunther and Seth. Gunther back on his career killer gimmick, on his run. Has his eyes locked on Ray. Hey, I ain't finished with you yet. And maybe he comes out. Ray's about to climb the ladder, grab that IC title, and out comes Gunther. Throws him over, goes out there, annihilates him, throws him to the table, beats him up, and then out you go. And then Gunther walks out. Just a little curveball. Might not happen, but just throwing it out there.
I like what you're throwing
just to
out
get
there.
that feud back going.
Yeah, I like that spot. It's going to be a spot fest with Javon Evans, Dragon Lee in the match. We all know there's going to be a lot of highlights, insane. But who in this panel actually, or I'm asking this to Chris. Chris, do you think the powerhouse like Rusev or the tactical heel like JD McDonough actually has a better advantage in the ladder environment?
Well, to answer that question, I think Rusev, I like him being in the match. I think, he's the big dude in the match. He could, he has a little bit of the advantage. I think JD could, especially with, him being, I don't know, because Dom was the former champion. Him and Finn got their thing going on. I could see JD kind of being a wild card winner for that, but I like their involvement in the match. But a couple things. I do not want to see Vikingo because you guys are talking about safety. Yeah, that's one guy that's going to break his neck. Vikingo's going to break his neck.
I think so too.
I'm good on that. I'm good on that. Vikingo in a ladder match with Javon Evans and Ray. No. That is an injury waiting to happen. Second, like Rusev, I agree with it. I have nothing really to add on what Haas said. The one thing that Haas said that I completely agree with, that I have nothing else to add on, he's the only one that you could see furthering a story. Now, JD McDonough, you have a case because he's aligned himself with Dom. So if he wins that, Finn might want to match with him
for the Intercontinental title later down the road.
I'm not saying it's going to happen. I'm saying if I had to pick another winner, because we all got Javon Evans here. And
I'm the only one that doesn't. Oh,
okay. Who do you have?
No. I'm waiting for your point. I don't want to step over.
No. I mean, we could have that could be the only one I could think of. They could do that, but I like Haas said, you're gonna have Javon Evans. He's gonna be the one that I think is gonna be booked properly, exactly like he said it. So I have nothing else to add.
No, because the ladder match protects no one getting pinned. It's just going up and retrieving the title, the gold.
Right.
Personally, I think Penta retains because you're putting him on ESPN and go, who the hell is this Penta guy? Cero Miedo, the crowd, the entrance, the crowd going bananas. They could even play in a vignette before where Rey Mysterio says he's the future Lucha Libre, all that good stuff. You also want to emphasize people on ESPN to go watch AAA. That's why I kind of wanted to see Vikingo. You could see him on AAA on YouTube or Tubi, whatever. That's why I thought Vikingo. But yeah, I see what you say, Chris. He's going to break his freaking neck because he can't help himself.
Dude, he can't help himself. One question, though. How many commercials do you think we're going to have in that first hour of ESPN?
That's going to be another. Yeah,
You know, I watch
by the
ESPN
internet or
weekly.
VPN now.
All I watch is ESPN, and when they say we're going to commercial, oh, they're going to fucking commercial.
They love them. They love them.
Dude, when they'll do NFL live. Oh, producers, we got to go to commercial. We got to go to commercial. I wonder how many commercials we're gonna get.
That's a great
point.
Match.
Ooh, we don't get that Penta entrance during ESPN because of a fucking commercial. Ooh,
that's not on our hand. That's on the network. But they're gonna try to push Penta.
That's gonna suck. I'm just saying that's gonna suck.
Speaking of one of those commercials, as soon as Penta wins that Intercontinental title, go to WWE shop for the mask. Little kids, Dad, I want that Penta mask.
Yeah, no, I like it. I like
merch.
Look, we're not gonna be one of those people watching. I'm not gonna be one of those people watching it on ESPN. I'm watching it my way. So
they've been cracking on that. That's my next point after.
Well, you know what? I'm still gonna try it, but
I'm gonna try it too. But
look, if I have to get the ESPN app, I'll just fucking.
I've got it already
for it, and I will cancel it right away because that app is worthless. It's only recently that I've had issues with the other way.
Me too.
All my ESPN content, I get it right here. Don't need the fucking app.
Yeah, it's just the commercials that turns us off.
It's especially the first hour. Turn me off, especially during Monday Night Raw. Netflix heavy. They do whatever.
It's 60 minutes. Hey, you're gonna, out of those 60 minutes, this is gonna consume about 35 to 40. Or 30 minutes with the entrances and the ladder match, because we all know that there should be a main event, by the way, but they're gonna put it first because they want people to say, "Holy shit, this is what is this? This is the card." Then you give that ladder match, Femi versus Brock Lesnar.
Brock Lesnar is the reason why they're doing this on the first hour.
Of course, we know that 1,000%. 1,000% why? Because Brock has that power. From the UFC, he's just one of those guys, polarizing sides, and he's really gonna help get the kid over because Femi, that presentation. The only thing that's gonna hurt this whole entrance, although I think they're gonna have something special without the darkening of the light with the green light and the entrance, but you can see that on Monday Night Raw. I think they're gonna do something. They're gonna lean into. Shout out to J Movie Mania, our friend from the NXT, and Cleveland from the NXT Performance Center, who started the whoo. It's not a bark, it's a whoo, like the Black Panther, like Manape. That's where that is for Femi, the tribe. Whoo, not barking. Okay, so get it. Let's get this right. So for some of them, and meanwhile, they're the ones that got uncrowned stuff. Learn the bark. It's called a bark. Ooh, it's not a bark. So I think they're gonna have people lean into the Black Panther type of tribal, like he is. He is the next. He's kind of symbolized he's gonna be a tribal chief, but from an African tribal chief. That's who Femi is. He's the ruler, and I think they're gonna lean into that. That presentation is gonna be great, Haas. Your thoughts?
With this, I agree with everything you're saying right there. I believe Brock's gonna win. I believe Brock is gonna crush a lot of hearts on night 2 because they've given Oba the biggest presentation that he can get on Monday nights. He's been one-upping Brock every which way. Even the last time when they got to throw in the chairs and whatnot, it just made Oba look that much bigger. So, and I believe it's going to be a series. I believe they're going to fight twice. It could be 3 times, but they're going to fight at least twice. So I think Brock goes over and maybe in about a 10 to 12 minute match. They're going to let their first match go about 40, 45 minutes. This match won't be that long because we got these big powerhouses. They're going to be doing power moves. We might see 2 or 3 F5s. We might see 2 or 3 falls from grace. But it's just going to be magnificent to just see these big behemoths go up here and just tear into each other. So, yeah, I got Brock going over. But Oba is going to be the biggest recipient of this because even with a loss, he's going to go over tonight as well. So, Brock wins, but both guys are going to be over behind this.
Look, no doubt about it that he is a buzzsaw. Femi is a presentation, or you're still talking about a beast. Aaron, does the ruler conquer the beast?
I say, yeah. I don't think they drag this on even longer. I know yeah, it's Brock Lesnar, and this feud is money. Maybe, just maybe it could at Backlash, but how long do you think this will go with Brock Lesnar? Because he's not gonna do many appearances. You know, I think he's even on the shorter part-time schedule where we'll probably see him just WrestleMania, the Crown Jewel event, if they do it, and SummerSlam. That's what I'm thinking. Unless this is his last, like the early SummerSlam is his last go, and he'll do a few more dates in between here and there. That could be a possibility. But right now, you got the money with Obafemi. He is hot. He's the biggest star. I would say even right now, bigger than Roman and Punk. He is the top guy, and getting the win on Brock would put him over even more. And not only that, skip the Intercontinental title, put him in the world title picture, and we can even have him and Gunther go at it for the world title down the road. Fresh faces, new feuds, and Oba, he's world championship material. So I got Oba 50.
Let me ask this to you, Chris, and I'm going to step for a quick minute to answer the door. Does WWE pull the trigger on having Obafemi beat Brock Lesnar?
See, and this is one of those matches that there's two matches on this night that it's going to be one of those who do I want to win, but who do I think is going to win? Who do I want to win? Obafemi, because I go back, Haas and Aaron, to something that CM Punk said back in the day when, you know, during the Rock WrestleMania, whatever, during WrestleMania 28-29, who's going to be there the next day? Obafemi.
Right. Mm-hmm.
He's, and like you said, Haas, they've forgotten Obafemi. They've given him the one-up on Monday Night Raw the last few weeks. It does not hurt Brock. It does not. It does not hurt Brock for him to take the L to Obafemi. We already had Brock Lesnar go out there on ESPN with John Cena and beat him in like 45 seconds. We already got the Brock Lesnar ESPN treatment. This should be about Obafemi. And the build has been, for the most part.
Mm-hmm.
But they're going to take away what they've done during Monday Night Raw and all this leading up to him, and they're going to take it away for WrestleMania. They're going to have Brock Lesnar win, and they're going to move on with that. But I think, to answer Kev's question, no, they're not going to pull the trigger with Obafemi beating Brock, even though I know they should. I don't know if you heard me, but Kev, I say this, something that CM Punk said around WrestleMania 28-29. Who's going to be, when he was fighting The Undertaker, who's going to be there the next day? Oba. Why not have him come out the Raw after WrestleMania and say, I just beat the Beast?
That promo is going to be fire.
Yep. I conquered the Beast because I am the ruler. I am the ruler.
Gonna get Beast.
Mic drop.
Right. And like, you know, like.
I'll tell you why I would disagree with that. The only reason why. Because creative is not going to follow up on it.
Correct.
And that's why I don't think they're pulling the trigger on it. No, that's exactly why when Kev asked me, do I think they're pulling the trigger? No.
Because I'm telling you this right now. If he was to go over, he comes out there, cuts this fire promo, says, I just beat Brock Lesnar. And we haven't got to our main event pick yet. But just say we have a title change or we don't. He's going to have to call out the champion that same night. He's going to, hey, I've beaten the guy that has beaten the both of you.
Yeah.
So yes, I got next.
That's
fair. I don't care who's got it. I got next, the ruler. So creative ain't gonna do it. So ESPN is gonna make the call. Brock got to go over. But if creative was actually in their bag, I'd be right with you, Chris. I would.
No, and I agree. And I still would like what I said to happen, but I have to agree with you because. Obviously, but like I said, we already had that ESPN Brock Lesnar treatment with WrestlePalooza. That's why I hear you and I agree with you. I just, as a fan, I think it's, we don't need to see another Brock Lesnar ESPN reunion. We've gotten that with John Cena out of all people. This needs to be about Obafemi. But I agree with Haas. The creative's just not going to do it.
Because I know we're going to move on. I'll tell you exactly what they'll do. Oba would win at WrestleMania, and he'll wrestle Rusev again the next day.
Probably. And it doesn't do any and it doesn't do any good for Oba because Rusev's not going to win the ladder match.
Exactly.
So no, I agree. Go ahead, Kev. I agree.
You can't beat Brock Lesnar and come out and beat a jobber the next day.
Right.
You can't do that.
No, yeah, he's also a free agent. Like he doesn't really belong to Raw. I mean, you're going to see him the first night on Raw, but if he loses, he's going to be kind of quiet and he could be off of TV and Brock wins. And it just, like you're right. I would love Obafemi to win, but then it catapults into the world title picture, like you guys said. And some people say, why not? Why not have him there? But WWE wants to. I don't want to happen where we are with Stephanie Becker. Made it too easy, too soon, and now we don't really care about her as world champion because she didn't go through no hard times, difficulties. I don't know. I think that's what they're thinking, and that's why I'm leaning towards the Brock beating Oba, which is not the right decision, or you could debate about it. But I think, like you said, ESPN, Brock Lesnar, he's on top of UFC now in the WWE, and people perceptive like, whoa, but this kid, holy shit, who is this kid? But he gave the veteran a big fight, but the veteran still won. So I that just worries me. Let me ask this question. I'm gonna move on to the next match. Just a quick yes or no, or does this entice people to want to get the ESPN Plus app, seeing Obafemi and Brock Lesnar?
Yeah.
You say yes. You say yes. Aaron?
I say yes. I mean, this is a big fight field, as UFC would say.
So that's what they did. Marketing, the analytics, marketing did their right job here. Now, here's the question: what comes after these two matches? Like, to me, I think the ladder match goes first, then Brock and Oba second, because they're going to want you to plop in and get the match. And whatever time is left after the ladder match, that's going to dictate the match between Oba and Lesnar.
Sammy and Trick.
You go with Sammy and Trick, yes.
I probably go with Sammy and Trick. You want to save the demon for the nighttime. Jade Cargill and Rhea. You got Rhea. That's still your women's championship match.
That's the match I would have had. That's the match I would have had. Go ahead.
Fair. I'm a little bit on the. I have this weird. Even though I'm not old school, I always have this. Your women's champion. If there's not a big marquee match, co-main events, and then your men's main event. I've always been like that. No matter wrestling companies and all wrestling, but I do hear you because in this sense, I think it's interests. Like I think you might want to have the more interesting matches later on in the card. But I wouldn't be surprised if it's Sammy versus Trick but I like Haas's when he says Jade versus Rhea.
I think it's Jade versus Rhea Haas because they need a cool down because they're going to get excited with all the spot fest of the ladders and then the Obafemi and Brock Lesnar. Holy moly. Now, depending who goes over, it's going to be a tough one for Rhea and Jade if the crowd is invested and want to see Oba and Brock wins. They're going to be pissed. So, Haas, I'm going to go with Rhea and Jade because they still need a little bit of a hoof, Your thoughts on who wins this one?
Which one? Rhea and Jade?
Rhea and Jade Cargill for your women's championship, WWE Women's Championship match.
Okay, I'll go with the placement first, and I'll give you who I got winning.
Yes.
The placement I would have right there because you just have two big alpha males go at it right before them. Why not have the next big thing with these two big women coming out and just having a slugfest? You're like, oh man, we big men, okay, big women. Oh, this is great. This is what the WWE has now? Man, they got powerhouses everywhere. So, yeah, I would go with that. And I got Jade winning. And I'll tell you why. Jade needs to win because it legitimizes her faction. It legitimizes her power. And you have just beaten the most over woman in the company who can take an L. Rhea can take this L because she does not have anything coming out of this. Jade needs this more than Rhea does. We have seen Rhea title reigns. Rhea needs to be interesting without a title because when she gets a title, we want to love her again. It's got to be one or the other. We want to love her when she has that belt, or we want to completely hate her when she has that belt. We can't have a lukewarm Rhea Ripley as a champion. We can't have that. So you let Jade go over and let this be like another 12 to 15-minute battle. And just let Jade go to SmackDown and please have something for her coming out of it because this is where creative fails. Everybody loves to say Jade has had this belt for 100+ days and only had one title defense. You act like Jade controls how she's booked. She has no control over that. But the fans in the IWC and the crowd, they don't think with common sense. They're like, oh, she can't wrestle. Oh, they won't book her. I'm just like, that's not her fault. And you're gonna have Rhea with let's just say Rhea goes over. She's gonna fight the same people that she's fought already. We might get Charlotte again. We might get Alexa again. You saw this already. Like we need to build up the next 4 to 5 women for the both of these people. And Rhea already has a more interesting story ready to go with Io, which they need to go ahead and rip the cord off of it. Somebody needs to go heel and somebody needs to win. And Rhea needs to get that one win over Io right now. That's the more interesting story than Rhea having that belt. So yes, I have Jay going over for those reasons.
I like what you're throwing on. Aaron, your thoughts here. Second this match here with the Women's World Heavyweight Championship. Does Jade stay reigning as champion?
I'm gonna say the opposite. I'm gonna say Rhea. And why? Because she is the top star on the women's roster. She is the top attraction. And people love her with or without the title, as I do. I would with or without the title. If I see Rhea Ripley on my TV Monday, Tuesday, or Friday, I'm gonna be happy. I think she's awesome. I love how she. One thing I would disagree is kind of let's separate Io and Rhea for a little while. We don't need it right now. Kind of have Rhea do her own thing, Io do her own thing on Raw. Maybe go back in the women's world title picture, or maybe the women's intercontinental title picture, or maybe feud with Julia for the United States title. If we want to have her on SmackDown, just kind of keep them separate since they're not in that tag team champs anymore. But I would say that Rhea Ripley wins, and after maybe we will get Rhea and Tiffany for the title, and we'll see where that goes from there. But I don't know, Jade Cargill. I'm just kind of I don't know. Her title reign has kind of been somewhat disappointment to me because she's only had one title defense, and she's held the title since October. And to me, I mean, she could have a little bit more than that. I mean, how many PLEs have we had so far? Heck, if you have them on SmackDown for crying out loud. They don't have to be a title defense in the PLE. It can be on SmackDown, like she had already. So we could have had a couple more than just one title defense, couple more stories with some other talent for that title instead of kind of going so long without any of that. And then we get one title defense, and now here's her next defense against Rhea. And now supposedly she needs a faction to defeat Rhea. So it kind of makes her look weak, in my opinion. So I like Jade. I really do. A big fan of hers. Been a big fan of her since AEW. And when she went to WWE, I was really happy and was really looking forward to be WWE champion. But it's just a poor storytelling and creative with the championship run. And people are going to criticize her, in my opinion. We got to stop really criticizing the wrestlers unless they absolutely are, they're not that good. But we got to really think of, okay, what is going on here as far as creative? What is going on here as far as production? You can't necessarily put all the blame on the wrestlers every single time when they're just going out there doing what they're told to do.
Exactly.
Hey, go out there and shoot a promo. Well, what am I doing it for? I don't know. Just go out there and shoot a promo. All right. You go out there, y'all two go shoot a promo, and let's do it. Go out there and have a match. Well, why am I wrestling so-and-so? Well, we got you on the card. Here you go. Or creative and production is another big part when it comes to these wrestlers and maybe title reigns or maybe character. Maybe there's something they want to do different, but creative won't let them. How many years did we hear Bray Wyatt say he want to do this, he want to do that? And Vince was like, no, we ain't doing it. And then when he got basically the leash let go and Triple H let him let loose, look what he was doing. Look at that white rabbit tees that we got. QR code. Look at all that. And then after that, it's unfortunately what happened to him. Rest in peace. But we got to think of creative with these wrestlers. Like maybe Cody wouldn't care if turning heel. He even said on his podcast that he won't. But who won't let him? just like who didn't let John Cena turn heel? Vince McMahon. So I don't put all the blame on Jade. Oh, none really. But Rhea's the one, and I just don't like the faction. We could have had a one-on-one match again. So I'm gonna go Rhea here.
Got Rhea. Chris, your thoughts here with this feud? I know you want this to be over. It's kind of long in the tooth. Your thoughts?
Well, I'm gonna be honest. I gotta remember what I was gonna say here. I think I don't know, and that's the first time you're gonna hear that answer out of me today. Because my thing is this, and I understand, Rhea's the star, whatever. But I'm honestly kind of getting her sick of winning titles at WrestleMania. I think you keep the title on Jade. If I had to pick a real answer, because my goal is for Bianca. I don't give a shit what anybody has said or said prior. I'm telling you what I'm hoping. I don't know anything. I'm hoping Bianca Belair shows up and they do the shit with her and Jade. I think that's going to get Jade more interesting. I think people are going to take her more serious and look at her. Bianca's going to help her. They did not pair her with Bianca when she came to WWE for no reason. They paired her with Bianca to set this match up. So if Bianca hopefully can get whatever problem she has done with her finger, if it's some other stuff, I generally hope everything is well. But she needs to come back. I don't think Jade could work with anybody else that's going to help her elevate unless it is Bianca Belair. And that has to be with Jade for the title. So I think you keep Jade with the title. You pray Bianca Belair is somewhere coming around, and then they get that thing going. Now, I agree with Haas, and I know people are saying move on from Io and Rhea. That's what they're going to do after they have the match. They're going to have the match. Rhea's going to beat Io. And then they'll move on from each other, or vice versa. But you're not gonna have these women team with each other and act all bestie, and have there be no fucking payoff for it. So I agree with Haas 100%. Have Rio and Io finish their whatever they're gonna do for good, and that's when you say they separate them and have them go do their different stuff.
I like what you're saying there. Also, me personally, I think Jade Cargill retains. You want her to get, because she just got a big victory, clean victory on Io Sky, and then back to back another clean victory with Rhea Ripley. Oh my God, Jade Cargill feels so unstoppable. She just beat three former world champions and Tiffany Stratton, and Rhea Ripley and Io Sky, and then the drama with Jade returning. Only another person could really make Jade elevate where a feud that we want to see, and I don't know if she's ready to come back from maternity leave in Naomi. I don't know if she's ready to, when is that?
That's another one, Kev.
Mhm.
That's another one.
I didn't forget about you,
No,
my Orlando goddess.
I apologize. I did. I know. I enjoy Naomi's work as of recent, especially. Yeah, I agree. I agree with that, Kev. I agree.
Yeah, so let's go. Me personally, I want Jay to win. As many people want her to get done, and they're like annoyed with her. Well, if she gets elevated as a mega superstar, she'll get a Hollywood role. She'll move into Hollywood, and you won't see her on wrestling because she's moved on for bigger pastures. So it's better for her to elevate and succeed so she can move on, be bigger than life. So you should be rooting for her to freaking get over if you don't like her on your television. I have no problem with Jade. I think Jade retains. I think Jade.
Before you go to the next match, I believe Rhea Ripley and Cody Rhodes are suffering from the same thing right now. Their characters are becoming a little stale, and creative is not doing them any favors.
Fair enough.
That's what it is. Like, they're still over with crowds, but people online and watch it at home, they're like, okay, we want them to do a little something extra. We know that they're the ultimate good guys, but they do need some edge. They need something like, oh man, when they come on the TV, like, they can't miss television. And some people, like Aaron, he says that Rhea, he loves to see Rhea on his TV. A lot of people are not like that anymore. Like, when she was in Judgment Day, you couldn't miss Rhea Ripley. Now you're like, I could probably go do something during that promo segment. Same thing with Cody. So they're kind of suffering with the same thing.
Interesting. Okay. I hear what you're telling me here on there. Now, this match, I think, is going to follow this one, because regardless of if you got cooled down with Jade and Rhea, like it or not, I think they're going to want people to get back up on this roller coaster when you have the United States Championship. Sammy seems a little hesitant to give Trick the match in the beginning until Little Yachty got involved. The gingerbread man stuff. I know everybody wants Carmelo Hayes. Sammy's getting this nuclear go away heat. But one thing where Sammy's saying when you hear that theme song, you're going to get the course of booze. And then once you hear the whoop that Trick, even regardless of Little Yachty is there, I personally wouldn't want Little Yachty to try to hype up Trick. Just leave it alone. Personally, if I was the WWE, I would bring Booker T to do I not Little Yachty. I'm sorry, his voice he hurts it. I'm like, be quiet, please shut up. You know they don't. The WWE microphones don't have auto tunes. Shut up. Let them come out. But first and foremost, Chris, Little Yachty with Trick Williams doesn't really need it, but I understand why they're getting the involvement of the celebrities. Do Sammy get whooped like a Trick at WrestleMania?
So when I was talking,
let's talk about it.
Let's talk about it. When we were talking about the
Oba
and Brock match, and I said there's another match on this card that it's going to be who I think is going to win, who I want's going to win. I want Trick Williams to win. I think, he's one of the few guys that have come up to the main roster recently. Obviously, we have Oba and Javon possibly winning the IC title, but I think Trick is the most experienced and ready when it comes to carrying a brand, you could argue with TNA and NXT. I think he would do pretty good things for this United States Championship. On the other hand, me and Kev have been saying this for a long time. They want Sami Zayn hot, build, and as on fire as possible for WrestleMania next year. I wouldn't be surprised if he holds on to this title a little bit more. I know people want to see Carmelo Hayes. Is this something to where Carmelo Hayes wins the title back maybe from Sammy, or do we get Trick and Melo? You could have Melo go against either one of the two. It's just who you prefer. And I think most of us, maybe Trick and Melo, if you don't want it right away, maybe Sammy and Melo. It doesn't matter either way. I just think I wouldn't be surprised if Sami Zayn wins. Because of that, they want to keep his momentum of WrestleMania Saudi. There's still people he could work with. He's really good in the ring to get people over. I want Trick, but I'm going to have to go with Sami Zayn.
Thank you, Sami Zayn. I'm surprised on that one. Aaron, I know you like Sami Zayn a lot. Your thoughts on this one here? Trick?
I like Sammy and Trick. I do love Trick. I do not like the Yachty involvement, in my opinion. Honestly, I wish we had Trick and Carmelo in this match instead of Sammy. I don't know why they had to pivot to Sammy. But I think Trick's going to win. He's going to go over here and going to be the new United States champion. He is red hot right now. The crowd loves him. This will be a stepping stone to his WWE championship, which I think he's honestly ready. There's just some people you don't need to my opinion, you don't need to put them in these kind of mid-card titles, kind of because we already seen Trick with the TNA World Championship. We already seen Trick with the NXT Championship. He's championship material. He holds himself well. He's got the crowd behind him. Whoop that Trick. The entrance, especially on the main roster, has been aura all around it. I mean, yeah, let's get through this U.S. title run if we're going to do it. But once we're done with it, just like I said earlier, we need some fresh faces in that world title picture. WWE Championship, World Championship, fresh faces, new champs. And he is one of them. And him and Oba both. Oba on Raw, him on SmackDown. And that's what I love about these two guys here with Oba and Trick, especially how heavily featured they've been and how they've been over and with the crowd, and each time they come out, the crowd goes nuts, the merchandise sales and everything. So if we're going to do this year's title run, let's do it. Let's run through it. We'll get maybe Trick and Melo maybe down the road. I'd imagine might be Backlash. I don't know. But once we're done with this, Trick needs to be in the WWE Championship feud, whether it's with Randy or Cody. Cody, I mean, he already had some beef with Randy already. So if Randy is the winner and he's a new champ, we can run him back for the championship down the road. Maybe he can be the one that dethrones Randy Orton down the road instead of Cody. And it's coming from a Cody fan. Why? Because I see what Trick's at right now, and he is a top star. And to me, you can't hold these guys back. You just can't. And one thing I would like to say, this is a little side note. One thing I just noticed. Kev, where's your hat? We all got hats on. Where's your hat?
I'm not gonna ruin it. I'm not gonna ruin a good $35 haircut.
Oh, okay.
There you go. My man, he knows what's going on.
Styling and profiling. Woo! Woo! But Trick
I can't go on stream without a hat.
Us. This opportunity here do they continue the story with Sami Zayn becoming a Super Saiyan here and beating Trick Williams?
Sir, no. This is going to be a pure ESPN call right here. You know, Trick Williams he's been doing these pressers on ESPN of late, been all over First Take, been all over with NFL Live and all these things.
Let's talk about it.
Yeah, we're going to talk about it right now. It's a lot of fans who've been casuals, like, man, who is that guy? That guy's rather interesting. Look, is that a Mississippi pimp over there? Who is this man? The next thing you know, they go buy a subscription. And then
That's Trick Willie.
Exactly, Tricky 2 times. So you're gonna hear them, you're gonna see the presentation, you're gonna hear the music, and you're gonna see Sami Zayn, and the guy's gonna be like, "There's no way that guy is gonna beat that guy." There's no really. You're gonna sell that to me? No, Sami Zayn cannot beat him this night. If this happens, another riot situation is going to happen. You just saw at San Jose, no one wanted to cheer for Sami Zayn. No one. And no one's finna boo Trick Williams. No one's finna do it. And I understand, like, I'm not big on Lil Yachty myself, but the chemistry that they two have, it works. It goes a little bit over the top when he gets away with the Trick entrance, with the water and whatnot, it's a little extra. I understand that one. But this is a Trick Williams showcase. Like, Sami Zayn gains nothing from winning in WrestleMania. What did he gains? Absolutely nothing. Trick Williams would lose a lot if he does not go over at WrestleMania. You cannot let that train go. This is not an Oba Brock situation. If Oba loses to Brock Lesnar, that's Brock freaking Lesnar. That's a complete difference. Sami Zayn looks like the guy that cuts your grass. That just can't be happening. I'm just being dead serious. Brock Lesnar looks like he's just going to destroy everything walking. Sami Zayn don't look like he's going to destroy you. He just don't. Trick Williams played wide receiver at South Carolina.
Yeah, that's funny.
In the casual fans, they know this now. They know a background about Trick Williams. And you're gonna tell them that Sami Zayn, even though this is pro wrestling and anything can happen, this is Trick Williams' first time in WrestleMania. This is who he loses to? No. Trick Williams must go over, and no doubt about it. It's got to happen.
I agree with you. By the way, kudos to Sami Zayn, even though you could tell he bought himself a new irregular fit pack of T-shirts last night on SmackDown. Yeah, one sleeve. Bro, look at it. One sleeve was longer than the other. That son of a bitch is so cheap. He went to the local store, irregular fit from Temu. Maybe one of them was a long sleeve, one was short. Maybe one of them was crop top, but you could tell he buys a regular fit. So kudos. Hope he's saving every dollar there. And speaking of someone who should be cutting our grass, looks like someone that cuts our grass, Dominic Mysterio defends his Intercontinental title. I know he's no longer Intercontinental Mega Champion against Finn Balor. So Finn Balor, the Demon Finn Balor. Haas, are you excited to see the Demon Balor? That should be the co-main event when it's nice and dark for the entrance.
I am very interested about the Demon right now, and he should go over. Dominic Mysterio should not be beating the Demon Finn Balor. And I'm going to use the word. If Dom beats the Demon, we're effectively burying Finn Balor. We can't have this. You come from Finn Balor going against CM Punk for the title. He got two cracks at it. And he's going to lose in his ultimate form against Dom Mysterio. No. No. The Demon must win. And I'm not even the biggest Finn Balor fan. I saw somebody say Finn Balor should have the world championship, and I'm like, no. We passed that point. No. But yes, if Dom beats Finn Balor, You bury him. I don't know how you can lift him back up. I just do not understand it. So it just makes sense for Finn Balor to win. But the WWE is pushing Dom Mysterio. So I'm gonna just go with WWE logic. Dom is going to win. Just going with that.
Chris, you agree with that?
I agree 100% with that, actually. I think the Demon does need to win. Demon hasn't had a win in a while. The last time we saw him, I believe, was WrestleMania 39 against Edge. The last time he appeared at WrestleMania, at least, he didn't get the win. You could argue this match should be for the IC title. This is the only time throughout this preview and review that I'm gonna, say something like that, because this, I think, should have been. I think you would have gotten more investment in this match. Not that there's not, but if Finn Balor, like Haas said, he got 2 cracks at the world title and lost. I know some people were like, okay, if he does that, we'll get him the IC title. I am not one of those people, but because this match does not need a championship for their feud. It could use it, but it doesn't really need it. But I agree. I don't think if you're having Finn come out as the Demon after him getting turned on by all his Judgment Day members, he needs to win. He needs to win because, again, like Hall said, I don't like using the word buried, but you had this man lose twice to Punk, and now you're going to have him lose to Dominic, which he has a lot of things going on as triple mega campeon. He's going to be a world champion. Even if it's for 3 months in the future, it could be 2 weeks. I don't give a shit. He's going to be the world champion, in my opinion. He'll be okay losing to the Demon. I agree with Halls.
Oh, Aaron, your thoughts here? Are you making unanimous where the Demon picks up the victory on Dominic, or are you going to be with the dirty of the dirty?
No, did they say?
They're going with Finn Balor.
No, they say this is for the AAA championship now.
No, it's not. It's not. It's not. No title. No title. We wish it would have been. It would have given a little more spice. But...
And not only that, put the AAA title on WrestleMania would be great.
You're going to see it around his waist. So.
Oh yeah, true. But I'm just saying it being defended, that'd be pretty cool. But seeing on his way, and I gotta say, I love the new AAA championship design. The way the new title they got, like the shine and everything. It looks really great to me. So just gotta put that out there. But I got my boy the Demon Finn Balor, man. No disrespect to Dirty Dom, but gotta go with the Demon. I'm glad the Demon is back. I've been wanting Demon Finn Balor to return for a long time. And I'm hoping it'll be for a little bit longer than WrestleMania and not just a one-off. But I love the Demon Finn Balor character. I've always loved it, loved the entrance, and I'm glad that he's back. So I'm really hyped up for this match, mainly for the Demon Finn Balor. But I think Finn and Dom are going to have a killer wrestling match, in my opinion. So I got Finn Balor winning here. I just don't see how you can return the Demon and not have him win here. If you return the Demon Finn Balor and somehow Dirty Dom wins, that kind of hurt me right there. Like, you can't do that. So I got Demon Finn Balor.
I think it's a clean sweep. We know that Finn Balor wins this over Rey Mysterio Jr. Mm-hmm. I don't think it hurts because he's still the Mega Campeonato. Let's go to the main event. Your World Heavyweight title. CM Punk, your defending world champion, taking on Roman Reigns. And let me go to you, Haas. Do we have the Roman Empire rise against?
Yes, we have Roman win. And the thing about it is, this is just going to show you how the rest of the year is going to turn out, especially on Monday Night Raw. Because we have seen CM Punk come out here, and he's had a decent title reign. And that's hard for me to say because I am not a fan of CM Punk. But I'm just going to call a spade a spade. He's arguably the wrestler of the year so far. This is a lot of high praise I'm giving CM Punk. He has done a great job on Monday Night Raw. It's just time for a different feel. And I believe it's another business decision. I believe Netflix is making the call on this one. They're like, we need a few more. We need about another 200,000 to 300,000 people every week. And Roman has shown that he can get asses in seats and eyes on the screen. So this is a pure business decision. I know a lot of fans are not going to be happy with it because he's going to be a part-timer. He might show up once a month. He's going to be there for every PLE, and that's going to be an ESPN call. ESPN is going to say, hey, put that belt on Roman. He got to come to every PLE. And I believe that it's good for business. So you may not see him on Monday nights and Friday nights, but you will see him once a month on PLEs to defend that title. So yes, I have Roman going over because of business purposes. Yes.
Yeah, I like what you said about the business purpose, because if they keep storylines with the bloodline invested for Roman with the cousins, and they do that, Chris, would you like to see CM Punk continue your championship or Roman Reigns? But here's the one thing I'm going to throw this out there, Chris. If Punk goes away and loses the title and the fans, and he's the voice of the voiceless, and you have him for a couple months chanting CM Punk like they did when he was gone for 10 years for about 3 weeks, the way, like, remember how Cody took that hiatus last year? It's going to only make CM Punk a more of a bigger martyr.
Yeah, and I don't see why they can't maybe do this again. Because CM Punk, look, like Haas said, he's done a great job as world champion. He was not supposed to be world champion right now anyway. He's the world champion because Seth Rollins got hurt.
Exactly.
Yeah, correct.
So
Preach.
I think, and CM Punk is one of my childhood favorites. I really enjoy CM Punk, but that's just the reality. So I would lean towards Roman Reigns. Netflix could have a little bit of a influence, but I think it's just going to be better for Monday Night Raw. To me, I know, like when Haas says fans aren't going to like that he's a part-timer. I don't give a shit if he's a part-timer. All I'm saying is if, the big Monday Night Raws, I think he should be there, like the Madison Square Gardens and the Bostons. If you do have a hot storyline, like let's say somebody like CM Punk would call him out again on a Monday Night Raw, he should be around at least once to, at least get a direction we have. I don't mind if he's there once or twice a month. If he comes in on Monday Night Raw and gives us a direction, and then when he comes back, it's like, well, we got to wait for Roman to come back to see what's going on. Like, I think it could work. It clearly worked for a long time over on Friday Night SmackDown. If CM Punk wins, though, I won't be upset about it. I won't think too much about it. He's going to be around. They're going, to Clash in Paris, Italy, whatever it is this year. You might have more things to do for him until somebody else, a Seth or a Roman or somebody gets there. I could see the direction they go for Punk as well, but I do have Roman Reigns.
Aaron, you get your thoughts.
Kind of bittersweet on this one. I'm not a big fan of CM Punk, to be honest. I'm just not.
Fair.
Nothing like, I don't know. I just never was a big fan. I like Punk. There's things about Punk I like, but not the biggest fan like some are. I do love the pipe bombs when he does them. I'm a big Roman fan. Really big Roman fan. Been a big Roman fan since the Shield. So got my new Roman shirt that finally came in. So I don't know, because I'm bittersweet because of I don't want a part-time champion. I love Roman to death, but I don't want a part-time champion. I don't like it. Never liked it. Didn't like it with Brock Lesnar. Didn't like it with Goldberg. Never liked part-time champions. It just the championship needs to be on my TV. Ain't got to be defended per se, but it's got to be on my TV. I really didn't like when they debuted the Universal Championship, and then all of a sudden Brock won it. We hardly saw it. It's not the case here, but if Roman's going to come back and he's going to be full time, then I'm for Roman, Tribal Chief. But if he's not, we're going to have the part-time championship. Then I don't want it. Keep it on Punk. Have him defend the title against somebody else. LA Knight, yeah. Let's have LA Knight. Let's have heck Dirty Dom. Let's put Dirty Dom in there. Let's have Finn Balor. Put Finn Balor back in the win column. Have him win the championship. Gunther. Seth Rollins even. And then Oba Vivian. So line of wrestlers there, and I just named off. They could be next in line for world championship or world champion. We don't need Roman as a part-time champion, and I love the bloodline and the bloodline story. But in my opinion, we've been there and we've done that. It was hot what it was, and us going back to it. That's one thing that WWE that kind of upset me is that they always love to run it back so many times. And with the OG bloodline story, we've seen it. We've been there. It was great. It was great while it was there, but it'll be like leftovers from the fridge. For the 5th time through the night. You have the leftovers you eat every night. You make a big pot, and about the 5th time you get to it during the week, and you're kind of like, okay, now I want something else. To me, that's how it is with the bloodline storyline, because who are they going to go up against? I mean, you could put Division, but without Braun and or I would even say Seth at the helm, then I don't know, it's just not there. But who would the bloodline feud with? Who? I don't see any other faction really that the bloodline can feud with on Raw or even SmackDown. So I would have to say I want Punk to retain the title. I'm going to pick Punk here.
Okay.
Because I just don't want a part-time champion, and that's just my opinion.
Hey, that's your opinion. Remember, I've still got Rebellion and I got Dynasty to review. So please, let me go right into this. Let me get right. We're going to go in TNA Rebellion right now. I want to make a quick break here. Again, keep our sponsors happy. We're going to hear from G Fuel because I'm going to go get a energy drink. Be right back.
All right. Before we keep this energy going, shout out to the sponsor of tonight's stream, G Fuel Energy. If you're watching this live, you already know. We don't do slow reactions. We don't do low energy. We stay locked in. And that's exactly what G Fuel brings to the table. Zero sugar, loaded with focus, and built for long streams just like this. Whether you're grinding, gaming, or watching chaos unfold with us, G Fuel keeps you going. Hit the link in the description, use code PGHCHRIS, and level up your energy the same way we do on Sports Jedi Network. Let's get back to it.
I'm Tom Hannafin from TNA Wrestling. You're watching the Jedi Sports Network.
And indeed, you are watching. Thank you. Hit like, subscribe, and share. We got TNA Rebellion. By the way, program note, on my Rumble and Kick channel, we will be doing the watch along like we normally do for TNA Rebellion. We have the one and only returning back, the female voice of the channel, Canary. She will be joining me on the watch along with Chris. And then immediately after Rebellion is over, we'll be back on YouTube with us. And Chris, we're going to be reviewing the Rebellion card. So we got a lot of streaming to do here. We're nuts. That's why we have G Fuel. Go to gfuel.com, get that promo code PGHCHRIS and save, or Blackout Coffee if you're a coffee drinker. Let's go. All right, let's talk about the Rebellion card. It's in a couple hours tonight from Cleveland, Ohio. I'm going to go with a little bit of a pre-show. Does BDE get his first victory over Ryan Nemeth, Chris?
Yes.
I think I'm with you on that. Haas.
Yes. Yeah, I believe it's going to be a push to get him strong in the X division. So, yes, I got BDE going over.
Yeah, Aaron, you see BDE getting his first victory?
I do, and I really like BDE. So I agree with the X division title.
Yeah, you're gonna get him going and getting him acclimated to the X Division Championship. Another match here. Let's talk about these with the knockouts. You're gonna get these returning knockout legends in a 6-woman of Mickey James, BDE, Tara Terrell taking on the Elegance brand. Haas, who do you like in this one?
The Elegance brand has to go over. They have to. There's
no disqualification. It's going to be a Havoc.
Oh, I'm going. Well, that makes it even better because that means Mr. Elegance is going to raise some hell. This might going to be a spotlight for him. We already saw him body slam with what was that, Terrell, the other night on Thursday. So yes, Mr. Elegance is going to show a big. He's going to show a lot of face this evening. So yeah, I got the Elegance brand going over.
You're Aaron. Who do you like in this 6-woman knockouts?
I'm going with the OG knockouts because I can't go against Mickie James. She is one of my favorites growing up, and I can't go against Hardcore Country now.
I wouldn't be surprised if they go over. Chris, your thoughts?
I feel that way about ODB. She was one of my girls when I was a kid. But no, I got the Elegance brand. They're a legit faction. They're gotta get the advantage here. And yeah, like Haas said, Mr. Elegance is going to play a role in it. Don't really care about him. Don't care about this match. But I do think the Elegance brand should win this match, and maybe we'll get like a Mickie and Ash 1-on-1 in the future coming out of it. Maybe Ash even pins Mickie.
All right. All right. No problem.
Not a mark. Not a mark.
I'm not a mark.
Speaking of not being a mark here, in a match where we see a lot of bad blood, chaos, your former TNA World Champion Frankie Kazarian, the King, taking on the Drifter Elijah. Kind of hopefully this probably is a blow-off match. What are you expecting here? Or I said this yesterday on the Mets podcast. We were talking about a little rebellion where I could see the winner of this match possibly into the international world title picture. Chris, who do you like between Frankie Kazarian and Elijah?
I'm gonna say Elijah. I do like Frankie Kazarian, but I do think Elijah could use a big win here. He had a good match with Ali in that casket match, and I do think I couldn't see I almost said Elias. Holy hell, Elijah challenging either Trey Miguel or Mustafa Ali. And maybe they can even run back Elijah and Mustafa Ali if Mustafa beats Trey Miguel. Not to throw two predictions into one, but if that out, I think Elijah could benefit from that. So I'm going to say Elijah.
I see what you're throwing at. Haas, your thoughts here, Elijah? Do you walk with Elijah or you're going to stay with the King?
I'm with Elijah, and I believe he needs to win in a convincing manner because they have cooled him off tremendously after beating Mustafa Ali in that casket match. Because I feel like because I'm a new viewer of TNA, they had Elijah to the forefront at the beginning of these shows when they just got the AMC, and they just cooled him off quickly, and I don't understand why. Because I feel like they were trying to position him to probably go against Santana in the future, and now I don't see it. So he needs to get this win, and they need to ramp him back up because he's a big character on this show. A lot of people started to gravitate to him. So him losing doesn't do him any favors. So yeah, I got Elijah going over.
Got Elijah going over. Aaron, are you walking with Elijah or you're going with the King, TNA?
I'm always walking with Elijah. I will have been since WWE, and I always will, and even at TNA, wherever he ends up. I'm always walking with Elias, and I'm walking with Elias all the way to that TNA World Championship. He needs to be TNA World Champion one day. He is one of my favorites. So yeah, Elijah.
Shout out to Ezekiel. Needs some love. Ezekiel needs some love too. Hopefully we see him come around soon. Maybe he'll apply some pressure in this match. But shout out to good old Ezekiel. Hope you're doing well out there.
Exactly. And one thing, there was a wild card, a mystery lockbox. TNA teased a lockbox again, and someone was coming out of the box at the end of the night. EC3 has been they let the cat out of the bag. Why would you announce the EC3 and not wait for it as a mystery? Like, what are we? That one it was had me raise an eyebrow. He should have been the elegance. He should have been the elegance brand.
You know what? I agree. I do agree. We talked about that a lot when they first started teasing. I still think if we weren't going to get East, well, no, because he's coming now. So yeah, it should have been. It should have been.
What if it's a sport? What if they just announced it and the big surprise is somebody else?
I mean, I don't think anybody's going crazy over EC3 in 2026. So.
Oh, I love EC3. He's doing great.
I know you're an NWA guy, so yeah. He's spent a good amount of time.
Pro.
It's still a mystery. Chris the Fly. What's up, Chris? What's going on, my man? Hope you're doing well.
It's Chris. He's in the box.
We'll find out on that one there. Hopefully we'll find out on that here. Let's go to this X Division championship match between Leon Slater and the one Cedric Alexander joining the group. Leon Slater is getting into some territory of Austin Aries with that long reign title. Does his title reign come to a conclusion, Haas? Remember, Eric Young has not cashed in. Is the only briefcase that hasn't been cashed in from the Feast of Fire yet.
I honestly believe that it's time for the system to get some gold. I think Cedric Alexander wins. And the big reason is Leon Slater, like you just said, the streak is very long in the tooth now. And I believe they want to put the TNA world title on him before he thinks about leaving. I really believe that that's where we're going with. So Cedric Alexander will win the X Division title tonight.
You going with Cedric? I'm going with you, Aaron. What do you think? We getting an X Division champion in Cedric, or do you like the retaining?
I can't go against my boy Leon Slater. I still got Leon winning. I got the system winning titles, but not this one. And you'll find out here later.
Okay. Chris, your thoughts on this? Leon?
No, they got to. If you're trying to make the system your most legit faction in this company, they have to have some gold. Now, it's going to be tough because, you know, I don't think, you know, I obviously don't want the big guy to win the world title. But if you have Cedric become your X Division champion, and Meyer, and again, so not to get too ahead, but if you have, I think Myers and Bronson are going to win. If you have those three, I think that's going to happen. So yes, I do have Cedric Alexander beating Leon, and like maybe I don't know if he's going to go after the world title to see. I mean, he could, but I don't really know what he's going to do with the world title that he's not doing right now with the X Division Championship. I feel like he'd be doing the same unless, because he already had matches with Nick Nemeth. He doesn't need the TNA title to have these big matches. That's kind of where, like, I agree to see if he could, you know, carry a brand. You know, how is he as your world champion? I don't know if he'll do anything different than he's doing right now.
Okay. I'm going with Leon retaining because TNA is very predictable, not very predictable, or laugh out loud, whatever you want to call it, or sometimes you could see a little bit of they stay too much babyface heel when you still have Eric Young has not cashed in his briefcase, and Tommy Dreamer never likes to do heel versus heel, and if Cedric is part of the system and Eric Young is trying to do the cleanse, I don't know if they want to do a fashion group with two heels going at it the way they're going, especially when we saw the system make a truce with the Order 4, working together because we don't want to get in your way. We're not going to get in your way. That's just Tommy Dreamer's logic in booking going forward. That's why I take Leon Slater retained here, where I don't know. And I think for Cedric, I don't know what's next for him. I think he'll come out and make an impact in another match, which we're going to go right into. Let's talk about the Hardys. They're going to defend their tag team titles against the system, Bear Brunson and Myers. If you would ask me this 4 or 5 days ago, I was thinking the Hardys were going to lose their tag team titles to the system. But like you said, the system needs some gold. But I think politics are going to dictate who wins. I think, to me, the Hardys win. Chris, your thoughts on that there? Who wins this tag team with the system?
Bear Brunson and Brian Myers, I think, are going to win. I could be far-fetching. You guys are probably like, oh, my God, what am I talking about? But, again, I think they should make the system kind of, a legit faction. Not that they're not, but I think, obviously, adding gold to their waist will make them. And, I just, the Hardys not being tag team champions in TNA, it's kind of like, it doesn't make sense. So I could be far-fetching, but for some stupid reason in my mind, I think Bear Brunson and Brian Myers are winning. But
you
again,
agree with that? Okay, sorry.
But real quick, I don't know 100%. And the reason I say that is because they're going to want the Righteous to beat the Hardys at the end.
Okay. Haas, you agree?
No, I think the Hardys are going to win. I think they're going to retain, and I think
that no was so passionate.
Yeah, the only reason I disagree with you, Chris, is
that
because
was no.
I think I really believe they want the righteous to have those belts.
I agree. Yeah.
And then I don't think anyone's gonna take the system seriously if the upper level guys don't have the belts, but the tag guys have the belts. Maybe I'm old school thinking.
No, that's fair. That's fair. That's fair. If Eddie Edwards isn't going to be your world champion, then it's kind of like, okay, well, why am I taking? Yeah, I agree. Because why am I going to take Eddie Edwards serious as the leader if Cedric has? Yeah, no, I take that back. I take my prediction back.
Because they have really given a lot of time and effort to the righteous. They're one of my favorites, honestly.
They are. Yeah.
And they've took care of them. Like they've really taken care of them. You dig what I'm putting down?
I'm digging.
So I have the Hardys retaining, and I think the righteous are going to be the ones to get in the way in this match. They're going to try to attack the Hardys, and they're going to probably end up taking out the system for the Hardys to retain.
Aaron, your thoughts here? Hardys or the system? Give me 1 second.
I slightly agree with you, Hoss, but I do have the system winning due to the righteous interfering and costing the Hardys.
Okay.
And that will set up their feud without the title because their feud does not need a title. Their feud does not need tag team titles. And how long have we seen the righteous and the Hardys been feuding so far for these titles? It's been a minute.
Yeah.
How much farther can we go? I thought Thursday they was going to win the titles. I thought it was like, okay, it's got to be it. Nope. I got the system, and this is one of my picks for them to win gold because we're going to put gold in the system so we can put them, establish them as a dominant faction in TNA. Having them win the tag team gold here is one of them. And I would say have them win the tag team gold and defeat the Hardys, and we can have the Hardys feud with the righteous without the tag team gold, and the system can defend the titles against other tag teams that come back to the righteous, and then we have system and the righteous. So I'm going with the system.
Going with the system. All right, I'm not opposed to that one here. Let's go to the International Championship title match here. Trey Miguel. Now, we've taken on Mustafa Ali, where the mental games, Ali in the Order 4 has been playing mind games on Trey Miguel since Sacrifice. Miguel is known for his flashy, but Ali is a master technician. This is going to be a banger of a match. Aaron, who do you like with the international title here tonight?
Between this one and Slater and Cedric, these two are going to be my matches of the night. These two are going to steal the show, in my opinion. Especially Trey Miguel and Ali, because Ali and Miguel can both go, as you said. And this is going to be a tough one, but I got Trey Miguel retaining. I got him retaining. And I think this one, along with Slater and Cedric, going to be like the top two to steal me from the matches of the night.
I hear you there. Chris, your thoughts here. Does Mustafa Ali, you've been saying a lot of high praises of him, and I know where you want him to go. Does he take the international title?
Yes, he does, baby. Yes, he does. Yo, I'm very high on Mustafa Ali. I think we've talked about this, and we kind of understand why he's not in the world title scene right now. And I could accept that, especially with our boy being the champion. I can accept that for now. But I think him having some gold in this race again with Order 4. I like it, but again, a part of me could also see Trey Miguel retaining. You know, what really going to do with Trey Miguel if he's not your international champion? I think he fits the title well. It's a tough one. I think it's up in the air. Either person you have, I don't think it's bad, but maybe this will probably be the only time I say this from a biased perspective that I think it's going to be Mustafa Ali.
I'm going to go to Haas. Haas, this is another Ohio boy on the card. You got Trey Miguel, the Nemeth brothers. Does Trey Miguel defend his title where he has no rascals? There's no one there to help him. He's on his own. Data Stone is maybe the only one, but she's going to get neutralized by Sasha Steele. You still got the good hands out there. Your thoughts?
We got to respect the order, man. It's Order 4. Mustafa Ali has to win. Again, we got to legitimize another faction. This man is arguably the MVP of TNA. You can really argue it. This man has great character work. In the ring, he does not disappoint. And from the presentation, that faction looks like the most dangerous thing on the show. I mean, the system that ain't touching them. I don't know what it is. They just seem so prestigious.
Agent Zero makes them look badass.
Yeah, Agent Zero, Tasha Steelz.
Tasha Steelz takes the bumps for them, and she's like their manager, lawyer type of person. They fit. They have the pieces in that group that the system doesn't have yet. But I think they will get there. They will get there if Alicia Edwards possibly turns on Moose and aligns herself back with her husband in the system. Then maybe.
I got something for that later. But yeah, I'm with you.
Yeah. Me too. Yeah.
Yeah, but Mustafa Ali should really be in the world championship hunt, but we're not there yet. He should be, but the creative don't see it that way. I don't know why, but he should be. But yes,
I don't think they don't see it. There's other people ahead of him right now, which we'll get to that in a second.
And I think he'll be there for a good amount of time to where if Santana's gone, whatever, he could probably have a match with Nemeth and win it from there.
I got you. Like I said, y'all are deeper in it than I am. I'm just coming from what I've been
we'll bring you up to speed. But at least in our perspective, in our vision, in our point of view. Now everybody might not agree with it, but in our point of view, we'll try to bring you up to speed in our point of view where they think they're heading. Because we talked about Order 4. Mm-hmm. We talked about Mustafa possibly winning. But one person he might not have it win him at ringside is Agent Zero. He is taking on the franchise, Moose, in what's going to be a tough battle of the big men match up here, where this is TNA. I wouldn't be surprised if we see Alicia Edwards make her appearance at turning on Moose there, because they want to try to swerve us and think they get us. And because if we see Moose taking on Eddie Edwards, it feels like Alicia's going to do the turn there. So she might premature do it early, where you're like, damn, that son of a gun, she really did it to where we didn't expect, and keep Agent Zero hot and on fire. And Chris, are you thinking what I'm thinking?
We said the same thing during the production meeting before Hoss, right before Hoss came on. That's actually kind of what we were talking about before you came up, I think if they did like a Eddie Edwards and Moose match, you're going to know Alicia's turning. Mm-hmm. If you can do it tonight, and then maybe I think there's going to be shenanigans. So you have you have Alicia turn on Moose. You have Moose involved in the shenanigans with the main event, and then that's where you have Alicia align with her husband in the main event.
You just read my mind. That's exactly what I got going.
Yes.
Because I'm not gonna give my prediction away, but
I'm not either. But I think maybe my
but the Agent Zero and Moose, who's winning?
Agent Zero.
I got Moose.
I got Agent Zero.
Moose. I got Moose winning.
I think Zero wins too, because because what does that hurt? It isn't gonna hurt Moose. It's like you want to grow behind him. You gotta continue to build Agent Zero as this enforcer. Who the hell could beat this guy? We beat Moose. And eventually when he turns on Mustafa slaps him in the face. I think that's when he might get his first loss, and then you're building Mustafa later on to the higher level later in the year. That's just me.
Okay.
Yeah, I know. I agree.
Yeah. Let's go on to this one. There's a cross promotion where we're going to have with the NXT and the TNA Knockouts champion, where we have Adriana Grace defending her title. She has staff on her side, influence her from this panel. Is it good for TNA to have that affiliate championship right now? Because right now there's no one really in the knockout division to step up. We already know we want Tessa, but they're not going to do it right now. Does TNA bring home the title from Adriana Grace? Trentino's getting put away from the storyline, got in the suspension, so he's not going to be there to cover or help her. But I think this is where Daria Ray wants to stick it to TNA, and you're going to see her heel GM. And I think Adriana Grace retains personally, and I wouldn't be surprised if Xia Brookside finally turns on Ying Yang Lee and really embrace the birthright, because she is the second generation, the daughter of Bobby Brookside, who is a NXT talent coach. Haas, storyline-wise, it's got a lot of good stories if they tell it right.
Yes, but I think Adriana Grace loses tonight. I think they want to bring that knockout title back home, and they want to build up I'm going back to Tessa. They're going to want to build Tessa up against a nice baby face. If they can go ahead and they seem like they don't mind sacrificing Lee Ying Lee right now. They don't mind it. So you put the belt back on her. You have her go against Tessa maybe for a couple weeks. Well, when's the next big event for TNA? What's the next big event?
The next one will be
Slammiversary.
The big pay-per-view will be Slammiversary, but you still got Turning Point, whatever it is. They got a couple more
points
PLEs
later in
coming.
the year.
Yeah. Okay,
you're right.
Yeah, I'm not talking about the biggest of PLEs.
The next PLE in general
is Slammiversary.
Is Slammiversary.
Okay, well they'll have her hold that for a little while. She'll probably go against some NXT talent or some Evolve talent, but they're gonna build it up for Tessa to get that belt. So yeah, I don't, because they have nothing else to build up for Adriana Grace to have that belt. So yeah, I got Lee Ying Lee winning.
Aaron, do you think Ying Lee brings the title back to TNA?
Yes, I got Lee Ying Lee winning the championship tonight. But in the future, I'm going to need the other world family of professional wrestling, Tessa Blanchard, to win. Need her to win down the road. But I got Lee Ying Lee winning the TNA title back. One thing I do disagree with is there's of having too many WWE talent win the TNA titles. You got some knockouts talent there to put the titles on.
Who?
So
who? Because who's going to open the door to want to buy tickets?
Lee Ying Lee was one. Indy Hartwell.
You can't even understand
yeah.
Indy Hartwell. And she is former WWE, but she's now TNA Knockout. So Elena Black, there's one. She's
okay.
Hey,
I'd rather have someone who's seasoned.
And then there's I did like Daniel Luna, really liked her, but she's gone now, so unfortunately can't have that. And then of course the main one is Tessa Blanchard. She's the main one.
I mean, I go off about that every week.
So
I
you
agree.
do.
I agree with you 100%. Yeah. Yeah.
When they
I got Ariana Grace.
Go ahead.
No, you're good. I got Ariana Grace. There's nobody there that.
Eventually, when they get to Tessa, they're gonna have an NXT babyface to take the belt off of her. Then, so I believe that's gonna be the next WWE project. They're gonna build up their next female champion to go beat her and hold that belt. Because there's no benefit from Lee Ying Lee holding that belt for NXT talent to take it off her again, unless they're finna build up another babyface. And I kind of disagree with Aaron here. Like, there's no women in the knockouts on the babyface side,
not one,
that are strong enough to hold that belt to just say, "I'll buy a ticket." Like
exactly.
I like Mara Sade, but it's more about looks than her character. I'm just keeping a buck. Same thing with
Elena Black too.
Same thing with Elena Black.
Same thing with Indy, because I know people could make a case for her, but it's like same thing with Elena because they have that ex-WWE ties, right? I cannot tell you one single thing I remember from Indy Hartwell. That was nobody cares about Dexter Lumis.
And if it's not Tessa Blanchard, you're gonna probably put that belt back on Ash by Elegance because she did not have a long title run, before she got sick. So it's hard to kind of map out this knockouts division.
There's no one that's stepped up. That's why I say it is the first and foremost, Hindi getting suspended is going to keep that Andrea, because if you saw Thursday Night Impact when they went in that locker room and attacked and Daria got her suspended, they're keeping that story where Adriana Grace is going to keep that going on because they're going to do a mixed tag match, probably Santino with Adriana teaming up with Indy Hartwell against Stax and her daughter. It seems like she's going to hold on to that title for the knock, and maybe another babyface that we don't know, and then Tessa wins. And then I think if Tessa wins, she needs to go for about a year title run, a long title run until they have a female knockout that is ready, babyface. Maybe she's not even in the company that that they bring. Maybe it's Marley Grace, but she's not ready yet. Maybe it's M by Elegance. She's not ready yet. Marley Grace, or even more, not ready yet. I don't know if they even go with Rosemary because they keep to heat her up, but then Rosemary tends to get a little bit injured when they have the opportunity to give that push. Because right now, Rosemary with those vignettes is getting over majorly. And if you think the people don't care about Rosemary, go back to when she made her appearance with Wendy Chu at the Performance Center. That whole place was going crazy for Rosemary and cheering. So Rosemary has a little bit of a cachet, but I don't know if she's ready yet to take that Knockouts championship. So I think the title stays. I think it gets retained. I don't see anything changing personally. So we move on.
I got a dark horse for the Knockouts. Jada Parker in the future. Don't sleep on that.
I wouldn't mind that, but are the TNA people going to stomach it?
They would have. I mean, she's over. It's just a thing. She's so over. It's going to make those crowds, especially she'll probably get over with the Ricky Sosa crowds and the Leon Slater crowds, and it's all about getting those tickets. And people know her. I mean, I know they may have problems trying to stomach it, but what's good for business is what's good for business. And the people that she could go against on the TNA side work. She could go against Mara Shade. She could go against Elena Black. She could be that sentimental. Well, okay, just say they put it on Tessa. Go into the controversy. Lean into it. Just lean into it. That is fun. And people are going to be love to boo Tessa behind that. So just lean into it. Give it some energy. And this is professional wrestling. Whatever publicity that you can get, it's good. So just putting their name out there.
Yeah, speaking about getting publicity and putting the name out there, Bernie Kosar will be in the corner. They're looking publicity for the Cleveland Browns. They could use it. I mean, maybe they get a happy ending with some massage after that for the Browns fans. We got Nick Nemeth versus AJ Francis. I'm going to go to you because you're the resident Brown fan on the channel there, Haas. No disrespect. I'm a Jet fan, so we both in the same set pool of misery. Your thoughts here? AJ Francis revealing himself as being the mystery attacker. Who do you like here winning between AJ Francis and Nick Nemeth?
AJ Francis should win because the name is hot. It's all about money. But Nick Nemeth has Bernie Kosar on his side. If Bernie was not there, I would take AJ Francis to win the fight. But old man Bernie Kosar is going to take some type of bump. He may even tackle AJ Francis, which is going to look preposterous. But yes, Nick Nemeth is going to go over because you got to keep him hot. He's at home. The crowd is going to be very big for him. And I got to quit. Does he still have that call your title? He still
That's why I think he's losing.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. So yeah, I'm going to have Nemeth go over, even though logic, my booking logic says AJ should win. I got Nemeth going over.
Chris, I'm gonna let you go. Go ahead.
Going over, and Nemeth is cashing in, and he's leaving his hometown TNA World Champion, and I'm going to fucking be upset. Not too upset because me and Kev have talked about this so many times where it's like I know who the biggest star in that company is singles wise, and his name's Nick Nemeth. So it's no brainer. If I want somebody to take that title off Santana, I want it to be Nick Nemeth.
Okay.
So I'm not gonna be so upset. I'm obviously, my personal feelings hurt, but I think AJ Francis is gonna win, and we're unfortunately gonna have Nick Nemeth walk out. But I'm not spoiling my prediction for the main event, but that's just a preview of what I think is gonna happen.
Aaron, your thoughts?
I will say this and go ahead and get my prediction for the main event because I got to get off here and get ready for work. I'm going to pick I'm going to pick AJ Green. I agree 100%. He took the words out of my mouth. Chris, but I got Nick Nemeth winning. Later on, Eddie Edwards wins, and he wins the title. Here comes Nick, cashes in, and then he wins the title off Eddie Edwards. That's my
I got
pick.
the complete opposite.
So that's my predictions for that. But I gotta go because I gotta get ready for work. Appreciate y'all having me.
Appreciate you joining, brother.
Because I definitely want to chime in on the AEW Dynasty predictions as well. So Kate, I can't stay around, but I will be in the comments. So love all y'all.
All right, man.
Take care, brother.
We'll hit you up. Maybe about Dynasty or something.
Definitely for WrestleMania next week. You know, I'm free. Let's do it.
Let's do it.
Cool.
All right.
Absolutely,
Safety,
man.
brother. Have a good shift.
You too.
Yes.
Well, I'm off today. It's the weekend.
Well, have a good shift tonight. For the watch-alongs. Have a good
Here we
one,
go. Thank you so much. All right, so I think me personally, I think, and I hate to do this, but just like the Cleveland Browns are used to losing at home and losing on their home court and stuff, I think AJ Francis wins. I think AJ Francis I think Nick Nemeth, and we go into the main event. Mike Santana taking on Eddie Edwards. Big matchup here. Man, I wanted my fandom wants Mike Santana retain, especially that he brought his daughter with him on the trip to Cleveland and all that.
The first time she's been heartbroken seeing her dad lose in a big match. Trust me, we were there.
I know. Eddie Edwards, the system. I think Alicia Edwards comes out, maybe Moose with some shenanigans stuff, and it's gonna get convoluted. I think Nemeth cashes in and Nemeth walks out champion. And I think we're on agreement, Chris. You elaborate more.
I got nothing really to elaborate on other than if, let's say, that does not happen. I don't think it's going to be a failed attempt, right? I think no matter when he cashes it in, he's going to be successful. So but let's say he doesn't, for some freaking reason, doesn't happen tonight. I got Santana winning. I'm not sure if I like Eddie Edwards in terms of, him leading the system, being in a big match. I don't know if right now, him being the world champion will help TNA or anybody else. I think you get the rub. I think hopefully Steve Maclin's okay. We still need a Steve Maclin and Mike Santana match.
Yeah.
Like, again, hope we don't need it right now. Let the guy get well first. All that I understand that, but in the future, when everything's right, we still need a payoff for that. So I still think there's a couple more things you can do with Santana if Nick Nemeth doesn't cash in. I still think he's going to, but if he doesn't, I think you could possibly maybe go back. If I think this is a fucking long reach, we could see Steve Maclin tonight.
No, you won't. It's not a long reach. Right now, he's an employee of TNA. Excuse me.
I mean, I don't know where his head is literally. So I mean, I don't know. I'm just saying because of his
bro. Even if he shows up in a balcony just to be there,
that's what I'm saying, right? So it could happen. But yeah, I'm in agreement with you. That Nick Nemeth is unfortunately he's gonna walk out. Santana, he's gonna win. Don't really know how. Maybe, again, Steve Maclin beats his ass and Nick comes out. But again, I think Steve Maclin would want to fight Santana. So I think it's going to be interesting.
Let me ask this. Haas, knowing with all that, we're going to talk about this controversy. We're going to try to bring it in. Knowing what we know, and I said that to Chris, maybe they had that in mind where Nick Nemeth was going to walk out with the TNA World title, and they didn't want this to be on Creator Pro, a TNA World Champion versus TNA World Champion versus AEW World Champion, and losing the champion, whoever was going to lose there, because they could have said, they could have had a disqualification, but they just didn't want to see them in the ring together. They're world champions, period, where you never got the WWE World Champion ever with the TNA World Champion. That's the conflict of interest. I think they kind of dictate what they're going to do tonight, where Nick Nemeth was going to be world champion, because Nick was disappointed, but we got to make it up to you. How? We're going to make you the TNA world champion. Your thoughts on all this?
Okay. Going back to the match first. I think Santana goes down, but goes down for different reasons. And I'll say it like this. I read a report that Mike Santana is going to be a free agent pretty soon.
Yeah. I was going to bring that up. Go ahead.
I think he's going to end up on NXT. So he's going to lose tonight. Eddie Edwards is going to beat him. It's going to be an overbooked mess because I think Moose is going to come out there to try to help him, Mike win. That's where Alicia Edwards probably hits him with a steel chair or a bat, any type of weapon you want to put there. Turns on him to save her husband. Her husband pins Mike Santana 1, 2, 3. I believe they're going to save Nick Nemeth for later on in the year because it's only April. They got a lot of more leeway to a lot of more runway to go. I don't think you end up extinguishing that call your shot so early right now. Even though Nick's at home, it's just we got too much television to go on the rest of the year. And like you say,
yeah, no, that call your shot has been going around since October. I think it's time to get.
It's
been October. Okay, that's a good point. But I just feel like they got to set up some new characters because if Mike Santana does leave, like I believe, who are you going to set up for the system to battle going on in the next few months? And I know Nick Nemeth I know he's a heel, but he could probably turn face. He probably could. But who are you going to put up there to go against the system? A big character other than Moose, and Moose is going to need some. He's going to need some allies too. So. Yeah, but back to the match. I think Eddie Edwards will win tonight, and you're going to legitimize the system again, and we're just going to have guys chasing against the system. But the whole MJF Nick Nemeth thing, you're probably right. You probably like just you didn't want your champion to go against their champion. So I get it.
They didn't want it to go against their champion, and I don't think creative told the plans to Brian Myers, because I know everyone says, well, that's a TNA. You know, Brian Myers is a one half of the owners of Pro, and you're helping. Why not help out one of your own in their school that relies on? You know, we heard Pat Buck crying a river about them making money with the Live Gate, and that was going to help their Live Gate announcing that match and all that other stuff. And TNA looks at it was we didn't tell Brian Myers the creative, and this match was made. We're going to talk about that controversy there. And I think that's why they say, wait, we got to pull you from this match against Max because we're going to put you the TNA World Champion when you leave Cleveland. You're going to have Bernie Kosar there. We're going to give the city of Cleveland, other than the Cavaliers, a championship celebration with Nick Nemeth, one of their home, Kent State owned. You know, God forbid they're not going to see that with the Browns, but they're going to put some type of title on Bernie Kosar, you know. But my point is, I
should have worn my Browns jersey today. That's what I should have done.
but I also have this now, a skeptic. I think this might be Mike Santana's final appearance for TNA because he bought his daughter to say goodbye. You know, someone that's a support system. This report says he is a free agent in the summer, early part of the summer. Looks like he's going to make some money in WWE. I don't see him returning to All Elite Wrestling.
No,
I don't see him going back to AEW. There is no way I see him returning. I'll be shocked. I'll be shocked
No,
unless he's really.
I think there's bad blood.
Yeah, you know, where's he gonna go wrestle in the Ring of Honor against Eddie Kingston and Ortiz?
There's bad blood. Mike Santana will never come back to AEW.
Yeah, so it looks like that could be Santana's final hurrah at TNA. Maybe not. Or maybe, to be honest with you, this last match should be against the person he's first started when he returned, is Macklin. You know, maybe that was like they were going to say goodbye, and then he was going to lose his title, and Santana was off and running. I'm just wondering what's going on because TNA got a lot of bad publicity with Carlos Silva pulling the talent matches. Because let me ask you this: you have a partnership. Why would you have your world heavyweight champion versus your opponent, someone that's against you, who you have a little bit of a tussle with or a war, who's signing away all your talents? Like, you know, they got double digits TNA wrestlers all over AEW, you know, signed. Mm-hmm. Why would you have your world champion being the world champion with AEW world champion on a Creator Pro on an independence? Does it make sense? When you have, and then with WWE, they wait, you don't want to, you know, but shame on if it's WWE who has that behind the scenes, then shame on you. You should. How long we've been calling for Damian Priest versus Mike Santana? We've been saying that, they should be a match. So I don't know. What's your thoughts, Haas, on this whole Carlos Silva pulling moves from this one against Ricochet, Leon Slater, Bear Brunson, all this fiasco that ignited the IWC?
From a business standpoint, it just makes complete sense. Because again, everybody in wrestling doesn't think logically, because we know wins and losses really don't matter. But when it comes to wrestling fans, they're not thinking about it that way. They'll be like, "Oh man, he looks weak." And then I put out this example on X a while back. Could you imagine the controversy if you had MJF beats Intercontinental Champion Penta in a 2 or 3 minute squash match on YouTube, hundreds of millions of viewers, just going out there to disgrace someone? And people be like, well, the promoter wouldn't do it that way. Money talks. Tony Khan might grease the machine. Say, hey, we can't have MJF. We have MJF just go beat that guy in 90 minutes. But no, we're in a partnership. So I don't care. I give you $1 million. Are you gonna turn that down? Your independent business needs that $1 million cash infusion. Or WWE might come in there and just say, I'll give you $3 million if Penta beats MJF in a second. We're gonna just have nasty business ethics when it comes down to this. So I get where Carlos Silva is coming from, but we all know that's a WWE call. Carlos Silva probably didn't care from the jump. So I get it. You're trying to protect the brand. If I was a businessman in this sense, I would do the same thing, because you're not going to be out here embarrassing my brand, pinning my champion under. I don't care if it's a 30-minute 5-star banger from Dave Meltzer. You're not going to be pinning my champion, and I'm your competitor. You're not. So I agree with Carlos Silva there. I agree.
And Chris, I'm going to let you go real quick. I know you have to leave soon.
No, dude, I got time. I got time.
Look, Carlos Silva. Everyone wants to call him names. The name calling, the disrespect. This man is a high-level sports media executive, the president of TNA and president of Anthem Sports. His background: professional fighting league. He is the CFO of the World Series of Fighting, leading into transition sale of the PFL. A heavyweight with the AOL Sports, Universal Sports Network, the World Tennis, Team Tennis. He has had so many, Invicta FC. This guy knows sports entertainment. He knows about combat sports. He knows how to market, develop. He told us on our interview. Check out our interview back in July when we had him on, and he told us that TNA is for wrestlers to find a second opportunity in wrestling. To, if they have for a veteran to restart their career or wind it down, and be a bridge for the younger talents to get eventually to the WWE or to where their aspects or make more money. He told us that and he said it many times on our channel, Chris. What's the heat that Carlos Silva is getting because you didn't get 2 wrestlers that you wanted?
I think the heat, for me, I don't have heat on him. I just think I got one word: miscommunication.
I think timing.
When this was going on and the match was made, he should have pulled the plug right there. That's kind of why I am agreeing with Haas that this is a WWE call. So we know Silva. When the hell has he given a shit about people doing indie shows? Even if it's with AEW talent. There's been AEW talent. He didn't pull Nick Nemeth from the card. Or from the card. He pulled him from the match. We know Silva better than that. He does not care. He does not care. I'm not saying WWE is, you got to take this off right. I don't believe that's happening. I believe, this guy's learning on the fly. And if anyone knows this, it's me. We know this. He's learning on the fly. I know, and I've said this on my video. I made a tweet about it. He's the best thing. I've lived through the worst and the best of most of TNA. He's the best thing that happened to TNA in such a long time. Love the guy. This is nothing on his person. This is nothing on him personally. This is just this one business thing. He should have stopped it before Myers got made. First off, he approved it. Let's start off with that. He had to approve this. Brian Myers is an owner, a TNA talent. You didn't think he went up to Carlos Silva and asked for this match to happen before he said, hey, let's go out here. Let's promote it. Let's have Nick Nemeth and all get the social media build up, and let's make money out of it. I think it was approved by the right people. I think somebody just might have talked in his ear and he listened to that somebody. Do I blame him for listening to that somebody at the end of the day? No, I don't. it's unfortunate that the behind the scenes stuff with all three wrestling, because Tony's done this, WWE's done this, TNA's now doing this. This happened all across the board. It's unfortunate that, because I'm sure MJF, or let's talk about the TNA guys. I'm sure Nick Nemeth wanted this match. Hell, I know he wanted this match. Because you said what he talked about at Busted Open. That speaks for itself. Ricochet and Leon Slater. You don't think as much as we all think about Ricochet, I think excuse my language, he's a real douche. But you don't think Leon would have been ecstatic to have a match with Ricochet? I think that kid would have been through the roof having a match with Ricochet.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Moose and MLP, that might be the only one that I'm not questioning or whatever, because, MLP, the Scott D'Amore stuff, it's whatever, but he has let Matt Hardy do MLP stuff while TNA World. So it's kind of a pick and choose there. Obviously,
and
you're
Rich
not
Swann.
Matt Hardy. Rich Swann's now there. My thing is this. He has every right to do it with a Leon and a Nemeth, because to my knowledge, they're full-time under TNA.
Correct.
But if you're under to a pay-a-peer deal, all due respect, Silva has no right to tell these people who they can work with on the independents and where they can work with on the independents. But this doesn't apply in that case. All I'm saying is this was bad communication. This was approved by both parties, especially Silva in this case, because according to three people close to it, he made the call. So this is he at the end of the day made the call, whether it was a WWE influence or not. He made the call. Why did he make the call? We'll never know. We'll never know the real answer. But I think it's just unfortunate at the end of the day for the talent and the fans that executive beef, caused something like this. Especially fans that bought tickets and Brian Myers and all the people that put the time and effort. And I'll let you guys go.
And I want to tell.
Can I say this?
Go ahead. I want to tell the viewers, it's not that TNA talent can't do the indie circuit. They just won't be working with AEW workers. They can still work the independent circuits. You just won't be going against AEW guys.
Yes.
So it's a lot of people out in IWC. They don't understand that. They think TNA just said, no, you can't work anywhere but TNA. And that's not the truth.
Also, Carlos Silva has no idea what creative and booking is doing. Carlos Silva probably gave the authorization. Go ahead and do it. Didn't know that Tommy Dreamer in his mind or in booking was going to have Nick Nemeth win the title. That's when Carlos Silva says, wait a minute, our partnership agreement with the WWE, I can't have my world champion in the ring with the world champion of AEW. Maybe that's the agreement in the partnership, that we don't know the language of these contracts at all. So now when he says, "Whoa, wait a minute, he's going to win the title," I got to tell Nemeth he can't wrestle Max because we're planning on putting the world title on him. And that's why, Nemeth, if you listen to his interview, says there's specific languages in my contract clause that I should have read and well and known of. I know people don't read every contract. Look, when I bought this house, there was so many paper and documents. I tell you, I'll lie to you if I read every one of them. I just wanted to sign and get my keys and close my home. Imagine a wrestling contract. That's why they have lawyers, they have representatives on all that stuff. Maybe that's what it was going forward. I can understand the Moose situation. It's a master of communication, of a clusterfuck of sense that, listen, no one's crying. Nobody. Where was people mad when CMML did not allow Rouge to wrestle on a Forbidden Door because he was a AAA wrestler? Where was the outrage back then? And for the Forbidden Door and AEW fans, because CMML blocked a lot of AAA wrestlers. I think the Beast Mortals or Tarus couldn't wrestle on the card. There was a few. There was no CMLL does not allow AAA wrestlers to wrestle one another
because it's like the AEW and WWE in Mexico. It's not that's what it is down there.
But my point is, where was that energy of the hate that the AEW fans had all throughout the year?
What does that have to do with AEW?
Because the same fan base is turning a cheek when it happened for their Forbidden Door. They didn't get upset with ML. Fuck CMLL for not letting Rouge wrestle in our card in my Forbidden Door. Where was that? Where was that energy?
They got to keep people they should be mad about CMLL.
But my point is that the same AEW fans didn't come at CMLL back then, and they're coming off a TNA. Why? It's the same issue.
Oh, it's because they want nothing but AEW to win. They WWE
But it's
be
about
damned.
who cares about
They-
winning
TNA
losses
be
on
damned.
on an
No
independent
one
scene.
cares. Yeah, who cares about a win?
It's I don't get why people are getting hung up of the winning losses. I know the perceptive, like you said, Haas. 1 second if he gets squashed, he got squashed by the AEW champion. I get it, but I don't know. I think it's childish.
They could have
Read
easily
the-
had Bear Brunson interfere in the match. Nobody wins. Or something to keep a TNA feud going on. I'm sure MJF don't give a fuck. He just wants to have a match at the school that made him MJF and
I agree.
Do a good deed for his school, his people. Brian Myers is who the guy that he respects most that trained him. Again,
I agree.
I don't like. Again,
I
don't,
agree with that.
Like I don't. Yeah, like it's they could. My point is, like I forget who I was listening to that said this, but they could have. Hey, we'll let you do this. We're gonna figure something out. This is never fucking happening again. Like Silva should really put his foot down and be like, yo, like, I'm going to let this happen because this could make whatever look bad. Not happening again. You got to come to me first. Who the hell approved this? Because if it wasn't him, it had to be somebody, which I don't know who the fucking TNA has that authority other than Carlos Silva. Tommy Dreamer ain't approving
There's
it.
others. There's a few others.
But I'm saying my point is I'm giving Carlos Silva the benefit of the doubt right now. I'm going to say that he didn't know he's not the one that initially approved it, right? Let's say somebody in TNA did. Silva needs to put his foot down and be like, yo, not happening again without my approval. Because he's such a fucking nice guy. That's why we all love him. But he needs to step his foot down. Not happening again. I'll let it slide this time, but he needs to talk to Brian Myers. And like, you need to figure out how this isn't going to make us, because he's still a part of TNA, look bad. MJF needs to be, which he's the ultimate professional. I'm sure he would. I don't give a fuck if this benefits TNA. Who cares? I'm the AEW World Champion. I have my own shit going on. Just let me do this right. Like, I'm sure they could have worked around it. But at the end of the day, I'm not blaming Silva. He's doing what he has to do for his brand and his partner at the end of the day.
Look, this guy ran a combat sport league, and he's still running Invicta FC. He knows about fighters going to the UFC, Bellator, all that different stuff. They know about that. There's other fight, and he knows about these contracts. But he has a talent relations. He has a department called talent relations that's supposed to know about the ins and outs. That's who he's taking the slings and arrows because he's the president. With great power comes great responsibility. He's the one that's going to be the face to take all the slings and arrows and the unnecessary stuff. The name calling and the bashing from Little Dick to all that is unnecessary, childish. Yes. That man, you respect that man. Respect anybody. The lack of disrespect for Carlos Silva, even from the AEW talents. You had Pat Buck. You had Will Ospreay, the newest one, to talk shit. MJF going busted open with a profanity-laced situation. Could you say what kind of a joke? You could have said what kind of a joke organization running there with your talent relation doesn't know the contract, the languages. That's it. Not the name calling, not the disrespect, but no. That shows the class. That's just why I am not a fan of All Elite Wrestling, because you act like lowlifes. I have nothing else to say.
I want to answer Aaron's question right quick. He said, why do y'all think MJF was scared to win? I just do not believe Tony Khan was going to have his AEW champions lose to a WWE adjacent guy. I don't believe it. I just do not. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe Tony Khan is the altruistic wrestling promoter. And let's help everyone. I just cannot see Tony Khan having his champion, who's so hot right now, where ratings are going up and people are looking at the product, and just say, "Hey, go there and lose." I just don't. I find it hard to believe.
I honestly find it hard to believe that anybody really gives a fuck about an outcome of an independent show.
I agree with
that. That is true too.
On both sides. I mean, who gives a fuck? Let the match happen. Who, at the end of the day, if win and losses are the real problem, look, if contracts and partnerships, that's one thing. That's one thing that they have the right. I'm not going to argue if it's contract, but if it's wins and losses, both AEW and TNA are being petty as fuck. And that's somebody who loves both of them more than WWE at the current moment. They're both being petty in the situation.
Next time you go to a certain I don't know if they still do this, in a bodega, store, convenience store, whatever the case, and you see certain supermarket, certain stocks of the supermarket, they will not let you put Coca-Cola products on a Pepsi display, and vice versa. This is the same thing in pro wrestling. In pro wrestling, no, that's it. They will never. You will never see on the display. That. You'll never see. That's why they always got like a Pepsi and another either Dr. Pepper or a non-affiliated soda in between. Right. Because you're never going to see them stocking Pepsi on Coca-Cola Condola or vice versa. This is the same thing with pro wrestling. You saw that with AAA
right.
and CMLL, and this is unfortunately this is what happened. The way it was debunked or can't happen is the part that I think bothers everyone, because you waited 2 weeks, 3 weeks for the build.
I was gonna say I think
the execution was the worst.
I was gonna say I think you guys could agree that if they've put a stop to this right when the busted open, right when it was getting hot, I think this isn't a conversation.
Yes.
Because we would understand, okay, we're not going to, but when when it gets approved, again, that I'm not
got announced. Did somebody jump the gun and announce it?
Somebody's to blame for. We'll never probably know who that somebody is. But when, and again, I disagree with the disrespect from Silva. Everybody knows that. The reason why I think people are coming at him is because two people are saying that he's the one that called it off. And I think they got to blame somebody, especially the people that bought tickets, which those are the people I feel bad for the most.
Yes.
And I feel bad as fuck for Brian Myers. That's the last thing I'll say on it. I feel bad for Brian Myers because he works for team. He feels like the middle guy in the situation when he just wanted to run a show.
How much more worse he thinks he feels now after Pat Buck opened his mouth and
he's probably like, "Yo, Pat, what the fuck? I work for TNA Wrestling. I trained MJF. He still respects. I'm sure he's like I'm sure he whatever. Like, yeah, not a good look. Not a good look.
Not a good look. Like I'm saying, they're not making. You know what? You guys had the high road. You got to have the upper hand, and then you sunk yourself to low lives with the constantly attacking TNA. TNA was in the shitter, and then you just happened to act like low lives and go out there and start cutting and shooting.
Can I ask one more question before we go to Dynasty?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. I don't know. That's why I'm asking. Do you think talent in TNA feel a certain way now about this, where it's like, well, I don't know if I could work this show anymore, this and that? How do you think the talent in TNA that do consistently do the independent stuff feel about it? Because remember, and the reason why I know Silva doesn't care about independence, when you went to Full Sail, they had all of their fucking talent doing House of Glory.
Yes. Yeah. And what was happening?
Who did the Hardys defend their House of Glory TNA or excuse me, who did they defend their House of Glory? Private Party.
Right.
That's it.
Right. But here's the question though. That was in 2025. Could it be now that when they're resigning, now that they had and no one talks about AMC being a reason of conflict of interest as well. Because maybe we're saying AMC now with the deal kicking in with AMC on a major television deal, maybe there's a clause in the collaboration with TKO and WWE that says now that you're on a television deal, I can't have you having your wrestlers in the ring with AEW wrestlers. Once that television deal kicked in, maybe there's a clause in the language that we don't know. We're not attorneys. We're not privy to seeing those contracts. And also, Nick Nemeth is a re-signed TNA wrestler who re-signed a new contract. Maybe that's a new language that's in the new contract. The old language in the old contract, because they were on Access TV, didn't care where you took your bookings.
Right.
Maybe there's something.
I think that's what he was trying to allude to on Busted
Open. That's a good point. That's a good point. Good point.
But everybody quickly wants to, fuck Carlos Silva's a fucking little dick.
Again, I don't agree. But the only people I would be like, hold on, before you say that, is the people that actually bought tickets and that were going to go to that.
Right.
If you weren't going to go, if you didn't have a ticket to go to that show, then what are you really mad about? If you had a ticket to buy that show and you bought the ticket specifically for that match, and now you want a refund, I could. And
they said they were going to issue it. But come on, man, y'all make it seem like there was 24,000 people going to that damn show in Long Island. For real. Y'all make it seem like
I'm laughing because it's true.
Y'all make it seem like they were going to sell out 17,000 plus. There was going to be what, maybe 500, 400 people, maybe at most in Long Island.
I think,
bro, the LIE
exit people in my high school graduation class.
Bro, exit 53 on the LIE. I know that. That's Brentwood. My aunt lived there. My uncle lived there. I know where Brentwood is. That's a freaking little bit of a drive. Not everyone's going to stroll down to Long Island, down that way. Come on, cut the shit. It wasn't going to be 20. It wasn't going to be 17,000 plus. It was going to be a couple, 400 or 500 people. And you know what? People were going to do is what Fadeaway Media does: copy and paste and regurgitate the fucking video of the show. That's all it was going to be. And everybody's upset because now they can't get engagement farmings from the fucking video on someone's iPhone. Plain and simple. That's all it is. That's the ire and the anger here. But like, come on, let's be a little mature. Like, come on. I mean, Jesus Christ, it's the languages that we don't know. And again, shame on talent relations. They should be telling and explaining these fucking languages to your talent once these matches are announced. The talent relationship should be worried about that, not searching for a couple that want to be post-show host. My opinion.
And their fruity little blazers. Yeah, we're good on that.
It just sucks. It sucks now because now TNA continues
it wasn't
bad
even going to be streamed. It wasn't even going to be on Thriller TV.
No one cared about. It was going to be on Saturday. I agree with you, Chris.
Anyway,
I agree with you, man.
If it was on Thriller TV, I'm gonna be honest. I have Thriller TV Plus. I mean, I would have fucking loved to watch that, but they were gonna do it on Thriller TV, so who cares? Again, if you didn't have a physical ticket that you were gonna go because of that, what really is your problem?
Mm-hmm.
Now, WrestleCade has more of a fucking audience. That's where the whole wrestling world. That's like the Fanatics Fest of the entire. So if you're upset about Leon and Ricochet, because that's probably gonna get whatever. But anyway, that I got nothing. It's been a couple days, so I'm kind of over it at this point.
No, let it go already. It's not gonna happen. No matter how much you pout. No matter, you know what? If you don't want to breathe, then keep holding your breath, and good luck with that.
No, I agree. I agree.
Let's go into the final.
I got about 15 minutes left, so let's go in the Dynasty.
We're gonna do the main card here. We're gonna have a matchup. They had two women matchups here. That if my eyes are deceiving me here, or one of them is in the 0 hour. I think one is at a 0 hour. One's a 0 hour. No, you mean no Costco guy? No Costco. No boom.
Put this for a second because I'm trying to remember most of the matches.
It's Alex Winsler. Taking on Maria Shofia. Who's winning this? I personally gonna tell you, I don't know who wins, and I am gonna have zero care. Unlike in the 0 hour. Chris, you're the resident AEW guy. Who wins?
I'm going to say Marina. I'm gonna say Marina. I don't know, man. I don't give a shit. Haas, we talked about this on Wednesday. What do you got for me, bro? Because this is one of the things where I don't know why it's happening.
And Haas, this is another barefoot wrestler for you.
I know, I can't stand people.
Oh yeah, that's right. I didn't even realize
that's why I was. You don't know how much I was waiting for Saturday to tell you that.
No, I didn't realize I didn't even bring that up Wednesday because we talked about Speedball. Dude, holy shit.
Oh yeah, that's a strike. That's a strike already. But yeah, I have Mrs. Ospreay winning. I'm taking Windsor, and I think they're gonna further the intrigue of the Tony Storm story. I think Mina Shirakawa comes and helps Windsor win this match.
Okay.
All right. We're gonna go into the next match here. Let's stick with the knockouts with the women. Jamie Hayter has an opportunity to try to win the AEW World Title, and she's taking on, if she's sober, hopefully she don't come in drunk. Tackle, Chris. Tackle.
Hoss, we talked about this on Wednesday, and Kev, I'm going to tell you right now, I think they don't give a shit about Jamie Hayter winning the World Championship. The Brawling Birds, her and Windsor, they're going to get, they're going to go for the tag team champions. They're going to have Tekla stay around, I think, until Mercedes comes back, and maybe that's the match we get going into All in Wembley.
Maybe Belvedere could sponsor the match.
She's Austrian, so she probably drinks that hard shit.
Oh yeah, very tough. Man, tough vodka. But yeah, I'm taking Tekla.
Maybe Everclear. Maybe she has a little Everclear.
Oh man. If she gonna lose, she's drinking Everclear before that match. That's drunk.
Well, it's AEW, so I expect Cisco.
But yeah, I got the toxic spider, man. Tekla, she's too hot right now. Jamie Hayter
and too drunk too.
That's true too. I told Chris about this. This should have been the spot for Queen Aminata. Honestly, I don't understand the whole Jamie Hayter thing. It makes no sense. They're just feeding her to Tekla, and it's just we know Tekla's going to win. So yes, Tekla all the way.
All right, here we go. Next one, we have someone who's kind of want to be a number one contenders. This is the number one contenders of the number one pendejo of AEW. We got Andrade, el pendejo ídolo, excuse me, and Darby, el gran pendejo. Who is the biggest pendejo of them all to go and win this, Chris?
Darby's winning at Dynasty. Yeah. He beats Andrade. He goes on to Double or Nothing in Queens to take on MJF for the World Championship. We will talk about the main event because I know that has implications as well with this match as well, what could happen. But I think what I want to happen, MJF is, I think, still early prediction. I'll get more into that when we get there. MJF is still going to be your world champion, in my opinion. I talked about this, leading up to 2026. The good thing that AEW has been doing is they've been feeding MJF the big baby faces in the company. Whether you like Darby or not, I think we'll consider him a big baby face in the company. I don't think Andrade fits that. However, how long are you going to keep Andrade away from the world title scene? Because like Hoss said with me on Wednesday, when he came back, he was the hottest he's ever been, and they did not capitalize. But I do think ultimately Darby has been actually on TV calling the shots, and not calling the shots, calling out MJF or the world champion, whatever. I got Darby going in to win this match, and he faces the winner at Double or Nothing.
All right, let me get your thoughts there, Haas, because if you think Darby's going to New York City with all those New York City buses around, last time he was there, he got hit by one. Do you think
he's going to get hit by a subway this time?
Oh, God.
Oh, man, he's going to be up here auditioning for his new movie, The Stuntman. This is what he is. He's a
pendejo.
I thought they were making a new Jackass movie.
Oh, man, he wouldn't have survived that. Him and Steve-O, I don't understand it. But yes, no. Darby Allin, I am not a fan. Not a fan, but the booking is a fan of him. So, yeah, Darby goes over, and I hate it for Andrade because Andrade is going to be ice cold. So I can't stand it. Get your beers ready because you can go freeze them right next to Andrade. Darby goes over.
I'm a fan of Darby. I'm going to like it, man. Darby, shout out to Darby. I do agree with the Andrade, but that's great.
If he was a Coors Light, you'll see the Blue Mountains come out.
Yes, you would, man.
Look, they're going to New York City for Double Nothing, bro. They want to sell tickets. You want to move people to want to go. Pon el mexicano way to take on MJF. You got the native New Yorker in MJF and mucho hispano, mucho latino in Nueva York. Tony Khan, you want to make money, or you here to make money, or you make friends? Go and put Andrade.
He's here to make friends, Kev. He's here to make friends. He don't care about that. You know it. It's sad. It's sad. But yes, he don't care about that.
To me, I hope Andrade wins because Andrade and MJF in New York City, in the background in Queens and New York City, there's a lot of Latino, a lot of Mexicanos in Queens, a lot of people there. And maybe Brody King could be the rally and keep ice away from all the Mexicanos to go to AEW. All right, we move on to this. Ladies and gentlemen, the most hated man on the internet, with his Mr. MS himself taking on the stoop pigeon, Jericho. Who wins in this match?
Jericho. I don't really know why it needs to be explained.
You think so, Haas?
This match made the list. I don't care.
But yeah. I agree.
Don't
give a shit. But there's no explanation. Jericho's.
You want to know someone who's more ice cold than Andrade after this match? It's gonna be Ricochet. Yeah. So yeah,
it's gonna be a cold summer, baby.
Yes, it is. I mean, you might as well. We probably better off having Jericho give us a 10-minute concert in this match. So Jericho wins. Might well just go to the next one.
Maybe we should send them both to Cuba and cool them down with all the heat, with no air conditioner, no electricity. How cold they are. Maybe
Ricochet's bald head wouldn't be able to fucking take that.
When's the Jericho cruise ship? That's probably
November.
more exciting than this match. Oh, okay. We're nowhere close.
Oh, let's go to the next one here, where it's Death Riders. John Moxley in the Continental Classic with no one around, no interference. Of course, it's the rules of the damn title. Taking on the one and only Aquanet himself, Will Hairspray. I think Hairspray wins. Chris, guy.
Everyone knows Ospreay is my favorite. I don't see why I gotta be honest, man. I hate that John Moxley needs to win. Why the hell do I want to see Will Ospreay as my Continental Champion?
Wow.
If his goal is to win, go in the Owen and challenge MJF, whatever, why does he need I don't even know why this match is happening anyway. And since this match is happening, I really don't give a shit. You know why? Because I've seen Will Ospreay wrestle 3 times already since his broken neck. Because he's come back from his broken neck. I love you, Will Ospreay. You were my favorite. I don't want to see you in this match. You are fighting for a championship that doesn't mean jack shit. And you're probably going to take the L. And you shouldn't.
Preach, Chris. Preach.
It's going to be John Moxley. That's the only one that makes sense to me. And if they have Will Ospreay win, I think it's fucking stupid. And you're gonna I can't believe I'm saying that. It's going to be dumb.
Yes.
Okay. Now let me ask this, Haas. People, let me set this up. Real quick.
Go for it.
We saw on Wednesday. I didn't get to, you guys did a great job, by the way, doing the Dynamite review. Who were the waiters that came out to help him? The new catering group that came out with Ospreay? They look like waiters.
Oh my God, Haas.
It's the United.
I wanted breadsticks. They wanted breadsticks. I thought they were going to bring breadsticks.
Yeah, the youngest reigning. The only one I know is the youngest reigning IWGP champion.
Yeah,
is he from Seinfeld, right? Newman? Hello, Newman.
Probably. I mean, look, nobody gives a shit about these guys, man.
God.
Oh, but we got to get familiar with these guys, you know, because of Forbidden Door. Forbidden Door isn't until fucking August.
Isn't that on Pornhub?
Oh, this guy's on fire. He's on fire. I like it.
Better check your YouTube studio after this.
But yes, I'm gonna throw a wrench into this whole matter. We're gonna get a draw. We are gonna get what's the time limit for
60 minutes? What is it gonna end at 2? I'm gonna be getting up to work at 3 in the morning and the show is going off the air.
You know, the Continental Classic has a longer time minute.
60 minutes.
It's 60 minutes.
It's
really
60 fucking minutes, Haas.
Oh well, better yet now.
This match could go 50 minutes.
Yeah,
they'll be ready by the time the match is ready. By the time they be ready, they're getting ready to go on the Jericho cruise.
Okay, I'm gonna tell you what.
Compared to other cards, guys,
this is a short card,
and that's not good.
That's
because of the Continental match. They're gonna give that shit 55 minutes. Justin Roberts is going to say 5 minutes left in a Continental Championship match.
I'm gonna keep.
There goes the Uber stick.
I'm going to text. I'm going to text both of you and be like, I'm going to lose my shit tomorrow when I review this fucking show.
I'm gonna keep my stance. We're gonna get a 60-minute draw. I can't put it past Tony Khan. He gonna turn this into an Iron Man match.
Hoss, if we do get a 60-minute draw, you better check your DMs, bro. I'm going to go fucking crazy. You put this into existence. Fuck you. This is your fault.
I'm like, hey, Khan, you put the blame on me. I can't put it past Tony Khan. I cannot.
I can't either, unfortunately.
Because you just put that card up there. He'll have the Casino Gauntlet match go short for this match, and you know it. So
can we talk about the Casino Gauntlet match? Can I rant about that?
That was my next thing. This guy, the title eliminator Casino. Who wins it and why? Why are we having it?
The Casino Gauntlet match should be held for Double or Nothing. When is Double or Nothing? Next month. You could have waited a fucking month to have Double or Nothing, to have the Casino Gauntlet match, which is where you've had this match the entire time. Now, they screwed up having this at All In. Why wouldn't you say this for a month? I understand Kyle Fletcher. But you know what you do? And Haas, we talked about this. Just do Mark Briscoe versus Tommaso Ciampa and call it a fucking day. And do the Casino Gauntlet match for the #1 contenders for the AEW World Championship. But no, you're going to do it a month before Double or Nothing in a TNT Championship match. That's vacated. They have no problem putting random people in vacated matches or a tournament. This is the same company that has no problem doing tournaments. You could have just simply done, hey, we're going to have Mark Briscoe and Tommaso Ciampa. They like to throw matches out anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Either way, you could have done it. But no, I get upset because the Casino Gauntlet match at Double or Nothing, I look forward to it. But I'm not going to get it this year in a fucking stadium in New York City because he wants to have it for a TNT Championship match. Give me a break. Tommaso Ciampa is going to win it anyway.
You're not excited for Rocky Marrero running the gauntlet?
I mean, come on. I'm going to have to, if I'm here Thursday or Monday talking about Rocky Romero winning the TNT Championship.
He's not going to win it. See him on the camera.
It's just ridiculous because this company had a good pay-per-view. I love their pay-per-views. I'm passionate about their pay-per-views because I genuinely enjoyed them over the last 7 years. But what the fuck, man? There's just certain things. And you know how I don't get this on WWE and TNA. It's because I genuinely love them too. Do not get me wrong, but you know, I want AEW to do good, and it's don't know why we're getting that Casino Gauntlet match, but I got Tommaso Ciampa.
Tommaso Ciampa. You know what?
With everything that Chris said, I'm taking Ciampa to win it too. But yeah,
you know what? Because it makes sense. He gets his Goldie back. I love the storyline. People
and they're gonna do Mark Briscoe and him anyway.
Yes,
they are. What the fuck? Just do it now.
Bro, they could have had a fatal four-way or even a ladder match if they wanted, where it would have been what you call it? Tommaso Ciampa, Speedball, Mike Bailey. You could even put Kevin Knight and then someone else. You know, if you wanted to put Briscoe or heel from someone from the Don Callis family, Rocky. Or some, you know what I mean? Someone, or Mark Davis or something. I
like Mark Davis.
He could play the role of Rusev in this ladder match that we're talking about.
It's going to be a good match. It's just you're giving me this a month too early, but when it should be at Double or Nothing.
Fair enough. On that,
Aaron, we just having fun, man. We're not mocking Dynasty.
I'm not, dude. Double or Nothing.
If we could have got to it, we would have got our answer a little shorter, right? We would have got to it earlier.
And I'm just saying this: if I get a little bit more passionate for Double or Nothing, it's because I've loved it since 2019.
You've been saying that.
It's my favorite pay-per-view ever since it's been in existence. I love the casino aspect. I loved Hangman and Punk. That was the Hardys, but that year was great. But what are we doing? It's not like how I remember it. And I'm going to call it. I don't know how new you are or some people are with this product. I've been there since day fucking one.
Okay.
Day one?
The worst, the beginning. I think, I don't see it as mocking. And I'm sick of people saying that to me. I go through it all the time during pay-per-views. Every time I say one thing about AEW. And now I see what other people, what they feel like. Because I fucking love AEW. I'm just not afraid to call out the bullshit. Just like I do with TNA. WWE, I mean, they got too many things going on. So I'm not mocking nobody. I love AEW, but I'm not going to be one of those people that don't call their shit.
Fair enough.
What you got,
Kev? What's next match you got, Kev?
Look, one thing I got to say. Some people said that Tony Khan always wanted a wrestling company. To me, I think the guy's real dream, he wants a casino. He wants to be with the Michinushi.
He wants to be the
tribe with the Seminole tribe. He's not. I understand he's probably the Indian descendant, but he's not Native American. He wants to, but maybe he should think of opening a casino because all his title eliminated casino gauntlet. My goodness, this guy is a gambler.
I never took him as like an Ace Rothstein fan. I didn't. He liked Joe Pesci. I can't see Tony Khan watching Casino or Goodfellas. I could be wrong though.
Interesting to see where they're going to go with this match. Who do you think wins this one? I think FTR retains. I don't think
FTR Christian and Cope. I kind of just want FTR Christian and Cope to win just to get this shit over with. But again, I'm not hating on it, but I saw this in Toronto and All Out.
I don't remember. I don't remember it. Maybe I.
Oh, that's where Beth Phoenix got Spike Powell drove.
Oh, yep. Thank you for refreshing my memory.
So
that was the best part of the match.
So I mean, it's just give. I got Christian and Cope.
What about you, Haas? What do you like?
I'm right with it with Chris. It just makes no sense. You have to have Christian and Cope go over. I mean, Tony Khan has a fever dream because he's going to want to see these old men in a TLC match. I have no interest in it because they're too old to be in this match. I don't want to see older men lose years off their life up here going through tables at Wembley, flying off ladders at Wembley. I'm scared of it. I mean, because Cope is 53, Christian's 51.
They're gonna try to recreate Jeff Hardy going up on the fucking thing to get the ladders, and Edge is gonna spear Mac Jackson.
It's gonna be a terrible look optically. I mean, because the Young Bucks are not Young Bucks anymore. All these guys, guys do not need to be taking these bumps. I'm worried about it.
And I don't want to see FTR in a ladder match. I'm good.
No.
Look, if you want to see a bunch of geriatrics in a ladder match, go watch Bound for Glory, the Hardys versus the Team 3D.
Mercy.
Dude, look, that was fucking brutal.
Yeah,
that was hard to watch.
Yeah, that was a tough one.
That was
So Christian and Cope must go over in Vancouver. They just must.
All right, I think I'm going with FTR. I'm going to be the minority here. Let's go to the matchup here. Your Young Bucks taking on Okada and Takeshita. Who do you like here? It looks like the Bucks ain't losing this battle.
Oh,
wait, what match did you say?
Takeshita, take a shit. And Okada, the Miss Obori.
Oh, he hit the cornet on us. Okay. I believe the Bucks win because Takeshita and Okada are not going to get along. They're going to cost each other. The classic trope. I mean, it's going to go 40 minutes. 30 or 40 minutes until the last 5 where Okada going to probably give Takeshita a rainmaker. He's going to no-sell it. And the next thing you know, we're going to get the rising. What's the name? Takeshita? Rising Sun? What is it?
I guess so.
What's the name of that move, Chris? What's the name of Takeshi's finish?
The sushi roll.
The fucking God, I don't.
It's the raising sun or something like that. But yeah,
the rainbow roll.
Whatever it is, he's gonna no-sell a rainmaker. Takeshi's gonna knock out Okada. We're gonna get a super kick party, and the Bucks are gonna win.
Over and under super kicks 25.
Over. You have 2 Bucks. And you have Okada.
Yeah.
Takeshita more likes to do the front drop kicks than a super kick, but he'll still do them too. But yeah, which again, if they needed to have this match to further a storyline between Takeshita and Okada for Wembley, you could have just fucking done it on your weekly shows.
Yeah,
you got 2 of them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
All right, leads us to the main event where. I'll be honest with you. The Creative Pro fake dream matchup had better promos, better execution than Kenny Omega and MJF.
Yes, sir.
I love the fact that it was 10 o'clock at night on Wednesday night and they went off the air at 10:24.
You guys had oh my God, you have no fucking clue. I wanted to click that live button so
I was waiting for him to say Dookie.
Man,
I literally told Hot that MJ, I counted in my 5, 4. MJF does not come out in the next 45 seconds. I'm fucking starting it.
Me and Chris was in the studio like, man,
this is ridiculous.
It was rough. But no, the crazy thing about it is I get on X and the Kenny Omega lovers, they loved the promo. They loved it. They set up
the Golden Lovers.
I don't know what, man. I was bored to tears. He had some substance in there, but it's just his delivery. It's not even about what you say. It's how you deliver it. And Kenny Omega is so low energy when he gives his promo. Somebody's asked him, was he high when he gave it? I said, I wouldn't be surprised. He might have been on.
I think him high would have actually been. He actually would have been fucking interesting.
Yeah, he might have been on horse tranquilizers. I don't know. I don't know what diverticulitis feels like. God bless him.
He took some fucking melatonin.
But I'm gonna tell you right now, that might be the number one reason why I don't want him winning the title. I'm taking MJF. I don't want to see Kenny Omega up here get on Dynamite and give me impassioned promos that have no passion. None. How you gonna go and you gonna give me 10-minute soliloquies and they're boring as shit? I can't have it. Can't have it, bro. So yeah, I'm taking the devil. Get my Bible ready. I'm taking the devil. Give me MJF.
You're not repenting.
So I'm gonna say this because I'm not gonna go too crazy right now because I told Kev this off air and I'm gonna tell you this right now. I'm gonna tell our audience. I don't rant as much, maybe, like a serious one, like most people we know do, because I just genuinely don't. Nothing pisses me off that much. I'm going to tell you right now. As much as I love Kenny Omega in the ring, as much as I loved him in AEW when he first came with Callis, if he beats MJF at Dynasty tomorrow night, I'm going to come on here Monday afternoon. Headphone users, be aware. If you're with kids, get them the hell out of the room. I'm not going to go too crazy because we're still YouTube rules. But I'm going to tell you right now, it's not going to be great because they're going to make a huge mistake. I have not felt this way about my excitement for AEW. Ask Kev. All of 2025, I was bored out of my mind with AEW. And now that MJF gets the world title, I'm finally feeling that excitement for their pay-per-views. Hell, I even decided to cover the shows right after Dynamite because they gave me the excitement with him as your world champion. I want to see, I don't give a fuck if it's Darby or Andrade. I want to see MJF fight one of those guys, not Kenny Omega. I don't care if it's Ospreay and Omega, which we've seen dozens of times. And we've seen MJF versus Ospreay at the last Wembley, and it was the best match of the card, and it was the second match. Imagine what they're going to do in the main event. You're going to make a huge mistake, Tony. I've tried to be on your side as much as I can. You better not make that decision and have Kenny Omega win. I don't give a shit where you're having this fight in, this match, in this venue, or this event. MJF needs to walk out of Vancouver, your world heavyweight champion. And there's no if, whats, or buts about it. And if that doesn't happen, I'm going to go fucking crazy because you would kill my excitement for AEW in the future going into your big show. For me personally.
That's great. And I love it.
And I want to enjoy covering this shit going into Wembley. And I'm going to have that enjoyment with MJF being my champion.
That's what's best for business, but I think the EVP is going to win in his home country in Winnipeg. I'm going with Kenny Omega because I think he's retiring soon. He's going through the injury, not knowing he's going to come back, yada, yada, yada. I think Kenny Omega wins. I think he pulls the EVP card.
I will be like a 12-year-old. I will be like a 12-year-old kid upset that their favorite wrestler lost. If I'm not going to go on social media and make an ass of myself. I will make an ass of myself with you guys in the private DMs. But I'm not going to be happy. I genuinely like where they're doing right now. And if this one move will fuck everything.
It would.
Baby, at 1:15 in the morning when Kenny Omega puts that one wing angel for the victory.
And I'm going to go outside because my grandparents will be sleeping, and I'm going to send you both an aggressive voicemail and how I'm frustrated.
I'm going to be highly upset.
No. The therapy session will be at 3:00 on Monday, so tune in to the therapy session.
Yes, tune in for the therapy session. We got, dude, from, like I said, when we talked earlier this week, from last Monday till 2 Mondays, we got wrestling every fucking day.
Yeah.
Yes, and yes, we're gonna call it a show now because I gotta go eat, get ready.
2 pay-per-views.
7 o'clock.
Yes, 2
And we got a review.
I got one tomorrow, so I gotta get ready for a party. So, boys, guys,
thank you so much for the afternoon. Haas, we're gonna run the outro because we'll talk after the show.
Yes, I will see you.
Thank you for joining us. We'll appreciate everyone, and guys, we'll see you soon. Thank you for joining us. Thank you, Aaron. We appreciate you, man.
Yes, Aaron. Good conversation, brother.